Chapter 642. I am a Danyuan expert who specializes in killing Yukong. Now, I will give you a chance to choose. Do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it? Hearing Yukong's voice again, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This chill made them shiver uncontrollably. Appearing out of nowhere, stabbing 6 times and killing 6 people, and all of them were Danyuan experts. Was this guy a ghost? None of the Danyuan experts dared to move. They all looked at this familiar and evil Yukong in awe. My time is limited, and so is my patience. Make your choice quickly. Do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it? Yukong was still imitating the tone of the man in black. The face of the man in black turned ugly. He was an assassin, and all of his combat power was on the path of assassination. Hiding and assassinating was the way to go. However, the opponent could obviously sense their traces, which caused his combat power to be greatly reduced. Why? Is it hard to choose? But self-destructing is useless, because I will kill you before you self-destruct. Just like now. As soon as he finished speaking, the broken spear in Yukong's hand flashed with a bloody light. Holding the broken spear, he did not turn around and stabbed backward. This stab was no longer a silent stab. Instead, it made a sound. With this stab, the void rumbled as a large hole was pierced through. In front of the large hole was another black-robed man who had been pierced through by the broken spear. His eyes were wide open and filled with shock. Puff. The broken spear was pulled out from the man in black's chest, and a hot blood arrow spurted out. Before the blood arrow landed on Yukong's body, his figure had already disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already more than 100 meters away. His strange speed was like teleportation, and the broken spear in his hand continued to stab forward. Just like before, a bloody light flashed, and a crazy energy surged. The void was pierced directly, and another man in black was blasted out by the force, dying a violent death. Previously, he had already killed 6 people, and everyone thought that the hidden men in black were all dead. They did not expect him to kill another 2, and this time, the killing method he displayed was thunderous and decisive, shocking everyone. After killing the 2 men, Yukong turned around again. Everyone was shocked to find that his expression had changed. His face was cold, and his pair of black eyes had become sharp and cold. His gaze swept across the crowd like a bolt of cold lightning. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. In the end, the young man's cold eyes landed on the black-clothed man. When he looked at the black-clothed man again, the mask on his face was already drenched in cold sweat. His eyelids were trembling, and there was obvious fear in his eyes. Kill yourself or be killed. Zichen looked at the man in black. His voice returned to normal, and his eyes turned cold. In front of tens of thousands of barbarian cultivators, Lu Mingyong was asked to choose the method of death. The black-robed man could be said to have personally experienced Lu Mingyong's humiliation. However, Zichen's methods completely restrained him. His heart was filled with fear, and at this moment, he couldn't summon any thoughts of assassination. At this moment, he turned his gaze and saw the dozen or so Dan primary realm barbarians in the distance. His frightened expression slowly disappeared, and he said coldly, "What are you still doing here? Kill him." Hearing the black-robed man's words, the expressions of the dozen Danyuans changed. Not to mention attacking, they didn't even dare to move. What kind of joke was this? The other party had killed 8 Danyuans in 8 moves, and they were all hidden assassins. With such battle prowess, who would dare to attack? What? Are you going to defy the orders of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion? The black-robed man was frightened and didn't dare to attack. He could only exert pressure on them. He said coldly, "He is only in the Zephyr realm." The reason why he could kill the hidden assassins was because he had the means to counter their concealment. His true battle prowess is not strong. You have so many Danyuans. Although the Zephyr realm was only 1 step away from the Danyuans, the difference in battle prowess between those who had not taken this step and those who had taken this step was many times greater. The 2 were not at the same level at all. The black-robed man's explanation was well-founded and easily convincing. After all, he was only in the Zephyr realm, and they had more than a dozen Danyuans, so they were more confident. Therefore, the fearful Danyuans were emboldened. Spiritual energy began to surge around their bodies. Holding their Dan weapons, they mustered up their courage and rushed towards Zichun. More than a dozen Dan Yuans rushed towards a Zephyr Realm cultivator. More than 10,000 cultivators stared at the sky with their eyes wide open, afraid to miss any details of the battle. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The Zephyr Realm cultivator stood in the air with the blood-red broken spear in his hand. Facing the attacks of more than a dozen Dan Yuans, he didn't move. Just when everyone thought that he knew he was no match for them and was waiting for death, he moved. He took a step to the left and dodged the attack of a Dan Yuans. At the same time, the broken spear in his hand pierced out. It turned into a streak of blood-red light and pierced the body of the Dan Yuans. Then, he took a step to the right and dodged 2 attacks by a hair's breadth. Then, he pierced out again and put away the spear. The opponent's attack was simple, direct, and easy to understand. In the eyes of the crowd, he was walking in the air. Every step to the left, he would stab out once. Every step to the right, he would stab again. Such a simple walking and assassination method was something they all understood and knew. However, the more they understood how difficult this simple walking was. This was because he was walking in the midst of the destructive attacks of the Dan Yuans. Once he took a wrong step, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. The opponent's seemingly simple walking actually contained a kind of extreme speed. This kind of speed left the crowd in the dust. At the same time, those old fellows who were still in the Liu family were also extremely shocked. Under the simple walking and assassination, these previously incomparably powerful Dan Yuans were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. One by one, their chests were pierced, and they fell to the ground. In the eyes of many cultivators who didn't know what was going on, these Dan Yuans were purposely sending themselves to the tip of the opponent's spear. It was purely suicide. The opponent's broken spear clearly stopped there, and they could have dodged it by taking a step back. However, they chose to move forward, automatically sending their chests to the tip of the spear. If this wasn't courting death, what was it? Such a strange scene puzzled many people. Moreover, this kind of thing that defied common sense made many cultivators feel so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. They didn't know that this was caused by the oppressive atmosphere of the battle in the sky. After easily stabbing a dozen times in the air, there were only 3 figures left in the sky. One was Lu Mingyong, who looked shocked after stopping his bleeding. The other was the youth in the air, Zichun. The last one was the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, who was the leader of the martial ancestor. As for the assassin from the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion, he had disappeared at some point. He must have run away. The youth in the air, Zichun, suddenly turned his head. His cold eyes looked at a certain spot in the sky, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Choosing to run away is choosing to be killed. I'll fulfill your wish. A monstrous murderous aura surged wildly. He held the broken spear in his hand and threw it forward. Like a blood dragon, the broken spear dragged its long tail across the sky and then shot towards a certain spot in the void. Wherever the broken spear passed, a pitch-black crack appeared in the void. Boom! At the place where the broken spear hit, there was a loud explosion. A pitch-black hole appeared in the sky. In the hole, the man in black from before had his chest pierced by the broken spear. Then, the broken spear continued to carry him forward until it hit the auction house in the center of the city. The last assassin in black was nailed to the square just like that. More than 20 primordial core realm cultivators had died in the hands of a single heavenly slayer. Such an unbelievable scene caused the heaven and earth to fall into a dead silence. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. The last middle-aged man with thick eyebrows could not help but tremble. At this moment, he wanted to run away, but for some reason, he felt that his legs were not listening to him. Do you know why I let you go? Zichen turned and looked at the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and said coldly. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows was frightened and kept shaking his head. Because I want you to die a slower death, my headmaster. Zichen's eyes flashed with a cruel smile. Everyone was puzzled by the way he addressed the headmaster, but the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows understood. His expression changed instantly because he used to be a headmaster of a small sect called the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. The Supreme Elder taught me a move back then. Since you're here, I'll demonstrate it to you. Zichen said slowly, but there was an undisguised murderous intent in his voice. You're Zichen. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows changed drastically and let out a cry of horror. Zichen, Zichen. His cry of surprise attracted the attention of more than 10,000 cultivators below. After this reminder, they finally remembered this familiar and strange young man. Zichen, the Nimbus Martial Ancestor Zichen of the past, the Zichen who stirred up the situation in this area, the Zichen who created countless miracles. Amidst the cries of surprise below, Zichen sneered, "That's right, I'm Zichen. Today, I'm going to clean up the Nimbus Martial Ancestor, avenge the disciples of the Nimbus Martial Ancestor, the head of the Punishment Hall, and the Supreme Elder." Zichen had already learned about what happened back then from Yao Kong. It was all because of this middle-aged man with thick eyebrows. He was the one who leaked the information. Otherwise, the Martial Ancestor wouldn't have hesitated for 20 years before suddenly killing the Nimbus Martial Ancestor and the Supreme Elder. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows' expression changed drastically. His mouth was wide open as if he wanted to explain or beg for mercy. But under a thunderbolt, all his voices were drowned out. Thunderbolt Finger. It wasn't the Thunderbolt Finger that was known as the Thunder Clan's ultimate skill, but the early Xiantian battle skill. But even if it was a Xiantian battle skill, it was still extremely terrifying when Zichen used it. This is the battle skill the Supreme Elder obtained from the Holy Burial Ground. It's also what the Martial Ancestor has always wanted. Today, I'll let you have a taste of it. The thunderbolt fell on the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows. Endless thunderbolt energy began to wreak havoc on his body. But after all, it wasn't the strongest Thunderbolt Finger. This attack didn't kill the middle-aged man, but only charred him black and smoking. This was also the result that Zichen wanted. Such scum naturally had to be slowly tortured to death. Therefore, amidst the screams, Zichen raised his hand and shot out thunderbolts, slowly tormenting the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows was shocked and frightened. Back when he was in the Zephyr realm, Zichen was just a true energy realm cultivator who didn't even qualify to enter the inner sect. He couldn't be more ordinary and couldn't enter his eyes. Chapter 643. Zichen used 18 Thunderbolt Fingers to torture Bushy Eyebrows to death. His shrill screams sent chills down everyone's spine. Compared to the other inner core cultivators, Bushy Eyebrows died a much more miserable death. His entire body was charred black as charcoal as he fell from the sky. His body was torn into pieces, and he died without a complete corpse. Looking at the dismembered corpse, Zichen's face was ice cold. For his own selfish reasons, he had harmed the lives of thousands of people in the spiritual martial sect. Even if this kind of person died 10 times more miserably, it would still not be enough. The inner core cultivators from the Martial Ancestor, the Gung family, and the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion were all killed by Zichen alone. Although there were still many cultivators here, without inner core cultivators, how could they fight this battle? Where are the cultivators from our family? Didn't we already send the signal? Why aren't they here yet? A voice came from below. This voice came from the mouth of the Yukong. The signal was also sent by him. The other Yukong were also very confused. According to the original plan, after the city fell, the cultivators would use their power to break through the gate of the Liu family and kill the people of the Liu family. However, it had been so long. The cultivators with power should have already appeared. Buzz. The blood-colored broken spear that nailed the black-clothed man suddenly began to vibrate. Then, it turned into a bloody light and flew back. However, when it returned, the broken spear suddenly swooped down and rushed towards the dozens of Yukong. Puff, puff. The broken spear pierced through the bodies of the Yukong, and blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the Yukong fell down in shock. When the broken spear returned and landed in Zichen's hand without a drop of blood on it, the Yukong were all killed. Without the inner core cultivators, and now even the Yukong were all dead. These cultivators' faces were filled with fear, and they were not confident anymore. At this moment, Zichen, who was in the sky, shouted coldly, Kill all these reckless people. Kill. He was not the leader of the Lu family, but at this moment, his words were more effective than Lu Mingyong's. After he finished speaking, the cultivators of the Lu family were filled with endless fighting spirit. They roared and attacked the enemy cultivators. He was full of confidence, and his fighting spirit was high. Everyone felt that even his strength had suddenly increased by a lot. Without the support of the powerful cultivators, the morale of the martial ancestor and the cultivators of the Gung family was low. Less than 70% of their strength was left. As soon as the battle started, they showed signs of defeat and began to frantically retreat. The more the Lu clan cultivators fought, the braver they became. Everywhere they went, they left behind a large number of corpses. In this battle, because of Zichen's sudden appearance, they had turned defeat into victory. In the past, they would never have dared to imagine that a single person could influence the outcome of a battle. As for the defeated forces, the experts that they had been relying on all along ran into Tyrant and the others who had just arrived. When the two sides met, there was no need for words. Naturally, they started fighting. After the battle began, the martial ancestor was shocked to discover that not only were there many primordial Dan experts, but their battle prowess was also extremely terrifying. Seeing their experts fall one by one, the other side had no choice but to use their trump cards. Originally, they wanted to use their trump cards to attack the Lu clan, but they had no choice but to use it here. Trump cards were existences that surpassed elixir soldiers. In the barbarian land, there were very few of them. On average, each major force would have one. This was also a proof that they could ensure the continuation of their forces. The martial ancestor's trump card was like a sharp sword. As soon as it appeared, a monstrous, ferocious aura surged. Before it even launched an attack, the void was already trembling and distorting. Just when the existence with the trump card thought that he could kill all the enemies with his trump card, he was shocked to find that the group of people opposite him had two items that could block the powerful attack of his trump card. One of them was a demon-subduing pestle that emitted golden light and surged with endless Buddhist power. When the trump card slashed on it, it could only make a clanging sound, but it could not break the opponent. What the hell? The primordial Dan expert's eyes were filled with disbelief. It should be known that a trump card that surpassed elixir soldiers could break an elixir soldier with one slash. However, today, not only did the golden demon-subduing pestle block the attack of his trump card, the other one was a pitch-black long stick covered with mysterious runes. It also blocked the attack of his trump card. The dignified martial ancestor's trump card could not destroy two mere elixir soldiers. This was inconceivable and extremely strange. However, as the fierce battle continued, the other side once again discovered a shocking fact. Even with his trump card, he was no match for the joint attack of the two and was about to be suppressed. After being suppressed, he would be injured and then killed. Therefore, this discovery made him shudder with fear. When he saw that the number of Elixir Prime experts on his side was decreasing, he called out and fled. The experts of the martial ancestor, who originally wanted to destroy the Lu clan with their trump cards, all ran away just like that. The monk and the devil ape did not chase after them. With their trump cards, they could not kill them in a short time. At most, they could only suppress them. Therefore, the group of people flew toward Yongqi City. On the way, they happened to see the martial ancestors' forces and the cultivators of the Gung clan being defeated. The battle should be over. Seeing that they no longer had the will to fight, the monk and the rest did not continue to attack. Instead, they went straight to Yongqi City. After arriving, the people of the Lu clan welcomed Zichun and the rest with the highest ceremony. During this time, all the experts of the Lu clan showed up and were led by the Lu clan master to personally express their gratitude. This time, if Zichun did not turn the tide, the Lu clan and Yongqi City would have suffered great losses. It was very likely that they would be wiped out. In this battle, the Lu clan had obtained a complete victory. They pursued the Lu clan for dozens of miles. Countless cultivators from both sides were killed or injured, and they were utterly defeated. When they returned, the entire Yongqi City was celebrating. As for Zichun, Tyrant, and Wu Lu, they were discussing matters with the Lu clan master and the others. The people of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion have not made a move yet. Today is the first time they have made a move since their comeback. Before this, all the battles were initiated by these major forces. They have become the lackeys of the assassins, the Liu clan master said. The battles in this year were mainly battles of attrition. There were not many true Inner Core Realm battles. The Battle of Inner Core Realm only started recently. Today, the Liu clan suffered the most losses. Of course, compared to the three major forces, they only lost 6 Inner Core Realm cultivators. This was nothing compared to the losses of the other parties. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion did not make a move because they want to occupy this area without any effort, the Qin clan master said. He had already led his clan to join the Liu clan and fight side by side. How many Inner Core Realm cultivators are left here? Zichen asked. Our two forces have 28 Inner Core Realm cultivators, the Liu clan master said. Only 20 Inner Core Realm cultivators? Even with our people, we can't conquer the entire barbarian land. Zichen frowned and murmured, What? Conquer the entire barbarian land? Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this. They had so many Inner Core Realm cultivators, but they couldn't even guarantee that they could defend this place, let alone conquer the barbarian land. This was something they didn't even dare to think about before. I've already thought about it when I came here. If the barbarian land wants to rise in the southern region, they must be united. So, only by conquering this place and unifying this place will there be hope for this place to rise. Zichen's words shocked everyone. To make this place rise in the southern region, this goal was too big and too far away. It was far beyond their scope of understanding. Zichen, how many people did you bring this time? The Liu clan master asked. More than 40 Inner Core Realm cultivators. But if we fight fiercely, we should be able to kill about 200 Inner Core Realm cultivators. Zichen said directly. He didn't even think about it before answering. This wasn't bragging, but confidence. This was because there were 30 Death Warriors among the 40 Inner Core Realm cultivators. Moreover, he, the monk, the devil ape, Longhu, and the spirit-devouring rat had the combat power to kill Inner Core Realm cultivators. As for the number of 200, Zichen purposely lowered it because he didn't want to scare them off. But even this purposely low number gave everyone a huge shock. They couldn't help but re-evaluate Zichen. Clearly, Zichen's return this time not only gave him the combat power of a sect leader, but also the status and power of a sect leader. Now, Zichen was no longer alone. Instead, he was the leader of a force. He was a sect master-level big shot. After a moment of silence, the Liu clan master said, Even so, this won't do. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion has the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance behind them. No one knows how deep their waters are. I still suggest we defend this place first. The Qin clan master nodded. Now that the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion hadn't made a move, it wasn't wise for them to take the initiative to attack. Our only weakness is the amount of Inner Core Realm cultivators, which is the problem of tribulation avoidance pills. If I can provide everyone with unlimited resources and refined batches of tribulation avoidance pills, this battle shouldn't be difficult. You have the resources to refine tribulation avoidance pills. Everyone looked at Zichen. Zichen shook his head and said, Although I don't have all the medicinal herbs recorded on it, I have many items with spiritual power. If I can find something that can replace those medicinal herbs, refining tribulation avoidance pills shouldn't be a problem. After that, Zichen took out many spiritual herbs and ancient beast blood essences. Ancient beast blood essences were extraordinary. This was what Zichen was relying on. As expected, when they saw so many ancient beast blood essences, the Qin clan people's eyes widened. Then, they called over the alchemists of the clan and began to research on how to refine tribulation avoidance pills. As for the Liu clan, Zichen took out many refined elixir weapons and distributed them with Inner Core Realm cultivators. As for using the ancient beast blood essences to refine tribulation avoidance pills, it was obviously not the time yet. To discuss the matter of conquering the entire savage land, he naturally had to find the Wang clan to discuss it. Zichen asked about the Wang clan's situation. As expected, the Wang clan, which had inherited battle skills, had a strong foundation. Currently, there was no news of them being breached. However, they probably wouldn't last long because the ones attacking them were the Tsang and Li clans and the Chu clan. Perhaps there were also assassins from the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion, the Tsong and Li clans. Hearing this, Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. If he wanted to go to the Wang clan to support them, he had to pass through Tsongli City. I wonder if I can take down Tsongli City? Zichun suddenly sneered. Zichun, what are you going to do? Several people asked nervously. I'm going to take a look around Tsongli City. After so many years, I'll see how many experts their clan has. Zichun smiled coldly. Chapter 644. Time was of the essence. In the early morning of the next day, Zichun went to Tsongli City alone. About half a day later, Tyrant and the others would catch up with him. Flying at a high speed, Tsongli City was already in sight. Now that there were frequent battles, it was hard for the mortals. Some rogue cultivators also had nowhere to go. In these two big cities, other than the Qin clan of Danyang City and the Lu clan of Yongqi City, other than the forces that had originally relied on them to survive, the rest of the rogue cultivators and many merchants had fled early when they heard that a great disaster was coming. Such a big city seemed to be crowded, but whether it was the popularity or the prosperity, it was much worse than before. Some of the rogue cultivators who escaped were forcibly captured by the big forces as fighting force, while the others were looking for a place to settle down and would pay a high price to enter some stable big cities. Songli and Songli families were currently waging war on Yunxia City. Yunxia City could only defend and had no power to fight back. Under such a strong fighting force, naturally no one would attack them. Therefore, Songli City was safe. So many rogue cultivators gathered in Songli City. Idiot, don't push, one by one. At the city gate, the cultivators lined up in a long line, ready to enter the city. Damn it, where are the primordial stones? Want to enter the city without primordial stones? Get out of here. If you don't have 100 primordial stones, get out of here. How come there are only 99 primordial stones? Where is the other one? Get out. The guards at the city gate shouted angrily, repeating day after day. Soon, because the cultivators wanted to enter the city without primordial stones, a group of Xiantian guards came forward to beat a true element realm rogue cultivator. The rogue cultivator was strong, but he did not fight back. He just lay there and let them kick and beat him. These guards kicked and beat him while cursing, while the other rogue cultivators looked on indifferently. After venting his anger for a while, a Xiantian realm guard stepped forward, grabbed the true element realm cultivator, and threw him far away. True element realm cultivator, you don't even have 100 primordial stones to enter the city. Pauper, get out of here. Next time I see you, I will beat you to death. The Xiantian guard cursed and went back. This was a common phenomenon caused by the continuous wars. Now, to enter the city, one had to pay primordial stones, and they were all low-grade primordial stones. 100 primordial stones per person. For the current cultivators of this barbaric land, 100 low-grade primordial stones was a relatively large number. Many cultivators could not afford it. Now that there were frequent wars, the Tsong and Li families were powerful existences. Therefore, even if the guards were only at the Xiantian realm, they were so arrogant that everyone dared to provoke them. The true essence boundary cultivator stood up and patted the dirt off his body. Then, he turned around and left. He had been beaten up by the guards who were weaker than him, but after he stood up, not only did he not say any malicious words, he didn't even dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. The rest of the cultivators were already used to this, and they all paid their primordial stones, striving to enter the city as soon as possible. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded. Everyone raised their heads and saw an expert who could fly in the sky. He didn't look like he was going to fly straight into Tsongli City. Flight control. There's actually someone who wants to fly directly into the city through flight control. The figure in the horizon approached from the distance, not stopping at all. Sure enough, it was going to directly enter the city. This caused a small commotion. Idiot, get down here and pay the entrance fee. The Xiantian realm guard raised his head and scolded the figure. The figure was stunned by the scolding. He stopped and lowered his head to look at the guard. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you, idiot who can fly in the sky. Quickly pay the entrance fee, or get lost. The Xiantian realm guard shouted arrogantly. In the past year, There had been many people who wanted to use this method to enter the city through flight control. Therefore, this was not the first time the guard had scolded someone. He had long been accustomed to the inexplicable pleasure brought by cursing this kind of expert. What did you say? A young man descended from the sky. Pay the entrance fee of 100 primordial stones, or get lost. Damn it, it's just flight control. Pretend that I didn't see it. The guard was still arrogant. The young man frowned. This Sciention realm guard seemed to be too arrogant. Idiot, you still dare to frown. If you don't want to enter the city, then get lost. The young man didn't get angry at such a disrespectful attitude, but this Sciention realm guard was the first to get angry and scolded him again. Moreover, this attitude was not directed at flight control. It was obvious that he was scolding a pig. The young man shook his head, and his expression turned cold. You're just in Sciention. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but who knew that you'd get worse? What? You still want to fight? You dare to fight here? I think you're courting death. The guard was still fearless. In the next moment, the other guards gathered and stood side by side with the guard. They stared coldly at the young man. It wasn't because they were loyal, but because they didn't believe that the other party would dare to fight here. You're really despicable. You're just like a fox who uses the tiger's might to intimidate others. The young man's voice was cold, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Humph, you. The guard snorted, and the arrogance on his face grew. However, before he could continue scolding, his head exploded without any warning. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Without seeing how flight control attacked, a guard was killed. Such a scene shocked all the rogue cultivators. They didn't expect this flight control to be so impatient and dared to kill people from the Tsong and Li families here. Since the guards were so despicable, it was natural that they would encounter a violent temper. However, any cultivator who dared to fight here, regardless of their realm, would end up dead. What nerve you have! You dare to kill people here? Today will be the day of your death. The other guards that were covered in blood coldly said. Facing these cowardly rogue cultivators every day, they had developed the habit of being arrogant, causing them to forget about their fear. In their opinion, this flight control would soon regret his impulsive actions and kneel down to beg for mercy. Is that so? Since I'm going to die, then you don't have to live anymore. Flight control sneered. Such a scene was very different from what they had imagined. They knew that they had encountered a fugitive. The group of guards felt a chill in their hearts and finally felt fear. With fear in their hearts, they quickly retreated. At the same time, they shouted towards the city, "Guards, flight control is killing people." Flight control was naturally Zichun. He wanted to enter the city directly to kill Dan Yuan, but these guards provoked him first, so he had to start killing from here. Murderous intent surged in his eyes. His cold eyes swept towards the guards who were fleeing in fear. He didn't make a move, but the heads of the guards exploded one by one. He strode forward and walked into the city from the city gate. Everywhere he passed, the frightened guards would explode. Behind Zichun, all the rogue cultivators looked at this strange scene in shock. The guard's exclamation attracted even more powerful cultivators. They shouted angrily and flew towards the city gate. However, those who came were all guards. At most, they were in the true energy realm. No matter how many of them came, they would only be courting death. Amidst the explosions, Zichun had already walked into the city. The passageway leading to the city gate was already littered with corpses. The rogue cultivators behind him also rushed in with a whoosh. Their eyes were filled with joy as they watched Zichun kill. How dare you behave so atrociously in Tsongli City? More and more guards died. In a moment, the number had exceeded 100. Such a big commotion naturally attracted a powerful cultivator. It was flight control. He flew over from the horizon with a cold expression on his face. The early stage of flight control. Zichun sneered and pointed at the other party. This was the first real attack he had made since he came to this position. As his finger fell, a golden sword aura left his body and fell on flight control like lightning. Poof! Blood splattered. The golden sword aura penetrated flight control's body. The other party didn't even make a sound and fell on his back. The death of a flight control from a big force caused the crowd to exclaim. Obviously, this was the rhythm of something big. There were many powerful cultivators in big forces and clans. When one flight control died, there would naturally be a second and a third. The sound of breaking air came from the horizon. More flight control arrived. This time, there were 3 of them, but except for one who was in the middle stage of flight control, the rest were in the early stage of flight control. It's better if such nobodies don't come. Zichen's cold voice echoed in the sky. Then he pointed again. This time, he pointed 3 times in a row. 3 golden sword auras flew out from his fingers and fell on the 3 flight control like lightning. The situation was the same as before. The sword auras penetrated the bodies of the 3 people. Blood splattered. The 3 of them didn't have time to scream. They fell on their backs and lost their lives. For flight control were killed with a raise of his hand. The rogue cultivators were obviously shocked. However, with the Zhongli and Zhongli clans flying out of flight control, this shock continued and became more and more intense. From the middle stage of flight control to the late stage of flight control, and then to the great completion of flight control. Powerful cultivators of this level came one after another, but their ending was no different from the first one. They were all killed with one blow. Oh my God, who is this person? He's so terrifying. He swept away all the flight control with just a raise of his hand. Haha, that idiot guard is used to being arrogant. He finally attracted a great enemy for his clan by sacrificing his life. Seeing Zichen's powerful combat strength, there were all kinds of discussions in the crowd, but they were undoubtedly gloating. It was just that they didn't know how long this flight control could last, because the current Zhongli city was no longer the same as before. There were many master-level cultivators here. Sure enough, just when the death count of the flight control exceeded 20, a powerful aura emerged from the direction of the Zhongli clan. This was a master-level cultivator. The aura spread out and directly covered half of the city. With a roar, all the cultivators in the city trembled. Back then, when Zichen first came here, he was almost knocked out by a few roars from these existences. What happened back then was still vivid in his mind. However, after several years, he was also able to kill these existences. The master-level cultivator's aura was extremely terrifying. He came from the direction of the Zhongli clan and rushed directly towards Zichen. You dare to behave atrociously in Zhongli City? Die! Sensing that Zichen was in the flight control realm, he didn't even use a pill weapon and just rushed towards Zichen. A master-level cultivator has appeared. Is this flight control finished? Under everyone's gaze, the flight control in the sky turned into a light and rushed toward the master-level cultivator. Oh my God! He's going to break through to the master level. Chapter 645. Die. As the 2 rays of light crossed each other, the ice-cold voice of the elder reverberated between heaven and earth. Just when everyone thought that Yukong had been killed in one strike, they saw the elder of the Tsang family actually fly a few hundred meters away before falling to the ground with his head facing upwards. Bang! After landing heavily, the other party did not get up, and there was no sound at all. He was dead. His vitality was gone. A sovereign was killed by a single blow from Yukong. Looking at Yukong in the sky again, there was no other reaction except for his cold eyes. As for his body, there was not even a single wound. Yukong's Danyuan was unscathed. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. After seeing this scene, the Li family's Danyuan, who had just rushed out of his house, was obviously frightened. He turned around and fled without saying a word. Thunderbolt finger. Zichen shouted and pointed at the other party with one hand. Under this finger, the void broke open silently. A golden finger with a terrifying aura pointed at the Li family's Danyuan. Boom. The energy in the golden finger surged, and the Li family's Danyuan's body exploded under this finger. 2 sovereign were killed. Heaven and earth suddenly fell into a dead silence. It's you. How dare you come to Zhongli City and behave so atrociously? In this dead silence, an old voice sounded. I'm here to settle accounts with you. Why? Do you still want to activate the Great City Barrier Array? Zichen sneered disdainfully. Activate the Great City Barrier Array? You're not worthy. Figures flashed in the sky, and cultivators appeared from the horizon. The aura around them was undoubtedly at the sovereign level. There were many people from the 2 families. In the end, they stopped at 14 people. Each family sent 7 people. They all had Dan weapons in their hands, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. Looking at the 14 Dan Yuan, Zichen sneered. It seems that you all benefited from the birth of the Calamity Avoidance Pill. Moreover, after becoming the lackeys of the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion, you all have Dan weapons and have become rich. Zichun, cut the crap. How dare you come to Tsangli City and behave so atrociously? Today is the day you die. A Dan primordial realm cultivator said coldly, his eyes flashing with hatred. Back then, he was only flying in the air and was almost killed by Zichun. He had always hated Zichun, and the others had similar expressions. They had always been enemies. The name Zichun seemed to have a strange magic power, instantly causing a commotion in the crowd. We'll see who lives and who dies after the battle, Zichun said coldly. The other party had 14 primal core cultivators. Zichun immediately took out the broken spear. This was not because he was afraid of being outmatched, but because Zichun wanted to end the battle quickly. As soon as the blood-red broken spear appeared, the monstrous baleful aura caused the expressions of the 14 people to change. Even though they were all Dan weapons, the quality of the broken spear in Zichun's hand was far superior to the ones in their hands. However, they had the advantage in numbers and were not afraid of Zichun. After a shout, a fierce battle broke out in an instant. 14 Dan primordial realm cultivators rushed toward Zichun together with their Dan weapons, attacking together. Their attacks were able to shatter the void, and black holes appeared one after another in the sky. A terrifying power swept out. Zichun held the broken spear and also rushed toward the other party, but in comparison, his attacks were much simpler. Dodging, throwing out the spear, retracting the spear, all in one attack. Every time he attacked, he made 3 simple movements that were easy to understand and could be seen clearly by everyone. Then, as if he was demonstrating to the world, Zichun repeated the same movements 14 times. However, every time he threw out the spear, it would definitely hit the chest of a Dan primordial realm cultivator. In total, he attacked 14 times. Each attack was decisive and direct, without any hesitation. 14 times, 14 attacks. 14 light sounds rang out in the sky. The previously arrogant grandmasters had their chests pierced by the broken spear after 14 attacks. They turned into corpses and fell to the ground. The originally silent world with only surging energy became deathly silent once more. Even the old voice from the great factions did not continue to appear. Why? Is there no one else from the Tsang and Li families? Zichun was the only one holding the spear in the sky. There were no more enemies around him. He looked at the 2 forces with a mocking expression. Weren't you very arrogant back then? Where are the Dan primordial realm cultivators of your families? You can continue to send them out, or you can directly activate the Great City Defense Array. In this deathly silent heaven and earth, only Zichun's voice rang out. A few years ago, in order to kill him, they had activated the Great City Defense Array. The scene was dead silent, and the Tsang and Li families did not make any moves. You are not making a move or using your trump cards. Are you waiting for me to make a move? Zichun sneered again. This time, naturally, no one answered. In a situation where no one answered, Zichun actually held the broken spear and rushed toward the 2 forces. Zichun first arrived at the Tsang family. However, when he arrived, the entire Tsang family was already sealed by a huge energy shield. They had actually chosen to defend. Zichun stood in the air, looking down at the Tsang family within the shield. What? You are a great force with 10,000 years of inheritance. Are you going to be a coward in front of me? Zichun constantly mocked, but the Tsang family did not respond at all. Clearly, they had made up their minds to choose to defend. Open for me, Zichun shouted, holding the broken spear and fiercely thrusting it at the energy shield. Loud explosions rang out continuously, and surging energy surged. However, the effect was minimal. The energy shield's defense was extremely strong. In Tsangli City, many rogue cultivators were already dumbfounded. Zichun had actually suppressed 2 great forces with his own strength. Moreover, he had made the 2 arrogant forces choose to defend. Such a scene was hard to believe. Boom, boom. Amidst the violent surging energy, the energy shield still had a strong defense. Zichen, who could not break it, could only give up. He left the Tsang family and went to the Li family. The situation of the two families was almost the same. They had both chosen to defend. Outside, Zichen was attacking the energy shield in an extremely provocative way. In the two families, the primordial core cultivators were also burning with anger. However, the family had ordered them not to go out and attack. Old ancestor, let me go out. I will go and kill him. After hearing the news, a mid-stage primordial core cultivator of the Tsang family came out from his seclusion. Crazy killing intent surged around him, and he was about to rush out and kill Zichen. No one can go out. Zichen naturally came prepared this time. Going out is equivalent to suicide. A dignified voice sounded. He is only in the air. What are you afraid of? The mid-stage primordial core cultivator was unconvinced. Yes, he is in the air. However, he is a sky-riding warrior. If he can easily kill an early-stage primordial core cultivator, then he can naturally kill a mid-stage primordial core cultivator. You will die if you go out. Then I will go out and kill him. The mid-stage primordial core cultivator was unwilling to give up. If the foundation was still there, I would have made a move. The old ancestor's voice sounded very dissatisfied. Obviously, he also felt aggrieved. The Li family's situation was the same as the Tsang family's. Their foundation was also not there. Therefore, in the face of Zichen, they chose to endure. Zichen's provocation was fruitless, and the two families did not appear. Zichen vaguely guessed something. The two families were obviously going to be cowards. There was no point in continuing to waste time here. Therefore, Zichen decided to leave. However, before he left, he inadvertently saw a few unique buildings in the city. Fine. I will collect some interest first. Zichen sneered. Then, he rushed to the tallest building. Inside were the properties of the Tsang and Li families. Although Zichen did not put these things in his eyes, this did not prevent him from looting the wealth of these properties. After all, this would cause the two families to lose some money. With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted open in the middle of the building. Zichen entered in a flash, and under the terrified and trembling expressions of the cultivators from the two clans, he began to loot everything that could be exchanged for origin stones. Oh my god! Zichen is actually looting the properties of the two big forces. After seeing what Zichen was doing, all the rogue cultivators were stunned. In such a large city like Zhongli City, Zichen was like entering an uninhabited land as he began to plunder all the properties of the Tsang and Li families. During this period, Zichen crazily collected spirit weapons, spirit herbs, and primordial stones. When the news spread to the two families, the old ancestors of their families were so angry that they vomited blood. Not only did he behave atrociously in their territory, he even started to loot their properties. No, this is too much. Angry roars resounded between heaven and earth. The experts of the two families finally could not sit still. This was a blatant slap in the face. If they did not fight back, the reputation of the two families would be ruined today. Therefore, the two powerful mid-stage primordial core experts did not listen to advice and rushed out from their families. One for each family. Zichen, die for me, go to hell. The two mid-stage primordial core experts held their elixir weapons and launched their most violent attacks at Zichen from the left and right. A violent aura surged around them, and the entire Zhongli city trembled under this aura. Many rogue cultivators collapsed under this aura. Boom, boom. When the two attacks landed, two loud explosions resounded between heaven and earth. In the midst of these explosions, the Zhongli city trembled even more violently. Many buildings collapsed, and many cultivators fainted because of these two explosions. However, there were still more cultivators who were awake. They tried to control the primordial energy in their bodies and stood up from the ground. Then, they raised their heads and looked at the turbulent, destructive energy in the sky. The destructive energy in the sky was turbulent, and the void was torn open one after another. Everyone's vision was blocked, and they could not see anything. However, in the next moment, two figures fell from the destructive energy. These two were the mid-stage primordial core experts, but now they had become corpses. After they fell to the ground, they were motionless. The primordial core, spiritual rings, and elixir weapons in their bodies were long gone. Zichun killed 2 mid-stage primordial core experts with one blow. His powerful combat strength shocked everyone present. When he emerged from the destructive energy unscathed, the cultivators present were so shocked that they could not say a word. The experts of the 2 families who saw this scene through the light shield were also shocked and did not speak for a long time. After killing the 2 of them, the looting also came to an end. Zichun swaggered out of Songli City just like that. Half a day later, Tyrant and the others arrived smoothly. They flew over Songli City and went straight to Yunxia City. However, when they flew over, they saw that the protective light shields of the 2 families were still there and had not been removed. Chapter 646. Amidst the continuous battles, the efficiency of news transmission through various channels was far worse than before. The news of Zichun bringing a group of Dan primary cultivators back in a domineering manner did not spread widely due to the lockdown of the war. At least when Zichun went to Songli City, the 2 families did not know. Therefore, they sent out a large number of Jindan masters and all their resources to encircle the Wang family, but under Zichun's strong attack, they suffered a big loss. Outside Yunxia City, the 3 forces of Tsong, Li, and Chu had gathered. The total number of Jindan masters in the 3 families was more than 100. In addition, there were many people in the air, densely packed. This was the main force of their families. All of them were sent to attack Yunxia City, causing the families to be empty. The city was in sight. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 families were already discussing what to do after attacking Yunxia City. These 3 were the strongest in their families. Their strength was in the late stage of Jindan, and they all had resources. It was obvious that they were determined to take down the Wang family. It won't be long before the city's defense formation is broken. We must kill the Wang family in this battle and completely annihilate them, said the late-stage Jindan master of the Tsong family. This time, we brought more than 60% of the Jindan masters in our families. The 3 families together have more than 100 Jindan masters. How can the Wang family resist such a battle force? This battle will be the last battle in the history of the Wang family, said the master of the Chu family confidently. They were the strongest in their families, and they all had resources. They wanted to destroy the Wang family in one battle. This method was much more direct than when the martial ancestor and the Gung family attacked Yongqi City. Moreover, there were assassins in the dark who were good at assassination. The destruction of the Wang family was a foregone conclusion. Suddenly, a figure flew from the distance. It was a black-clothed Jindan master assassin. As an assassin, he should be hiding, but at this moment, he was flying rapidly in the air. Things have changed. Retreat quickly. Before he arrived, the assassin's voice was heard. What? The 3 masters all stood up at once and looked at the assassin in disbelief. Master wants you to retreat quickly. Go back to your own forces and wait for further notice, the assassin repeated. Why? Yunxia City is about to be conquered. The day of the city's destruction is right in front of us, the master of the Li family said unhappily. I don't know the specifics, but this is what the Lord wants, the assassin said indifferently. We've been fighting for so long, and we've suffered heavy casualties. We're about to break into the city, but Sir wants us to retreat at this time. The 3 of them were clearly unwilling. The assassin glanced at the 3 of them and said, I don't know the exact reason, but there are rumors that an unknown force has suddenly entered the barbarian land and launched an attack on our side. Some forces have already suffered a great loss. What? The expressions of the 3 changed. This is just a rumor. It can't be confirmed yet, but it should be true. Sir must have his reasons for letting you all retreat at such a critical moment. The expressions of the 3 of them constantly changed. They simply could not understand why there would be a force marching into this area at this time. Retreat. After hesitating for a moment, they decided to retreat in the end. Currently, they could not go against the orders of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, nor did they dare to. In Yunxia City, a dark blue energy shield had sealed off the entire city. Through the shield, Wang Zhenwei could clearly see that the enemy had many inner Dan experts. more than 100 early inner Dan experts with Dan weapons, and 3 late inner Dan experts. The impact of such a battle force on the Wang family was unimaginable. Every time he saw this team, Wang Junwei would feel a chill in his heart. More than 100 inner Dan experts. What a terrifying number. This thing should not have appeared. Back then, when I told them to destroy it directly, none of them agreed. Now, not only did they not use it, but they also brought a calamity to their family. Although the Wang family had some foundation and a lot of inner Dan experts, this was under the situation where they did not have calamity evasion pills. Now that the calamity evasion pills had appeared, all kinds of balance were broken. Their foundation was nothing. Once the city was breached, what awaited them was a battle to the death. Sir, look, they are retreating. Suddenly, an inner Dan expert pointed outside the shield and said, retreating. Wang Junwei was absent-minded and did not notice this scene. Now that he looked up, it was indeed so. Why would they retreat for no reason? At this moment, not only was Wang Junwei puzzled, but the others were also very puzzled. The city was about to be breached. Under such circumstances, not attacking immediately was already an act of mercy. Why would they retreat? Was there some conspiracy? However, the other side had more than 100 inner Dan experts and mini experts. Moreover, the siege had reached this point. It seemed that there was no need to play tricks. With doubts, the Wang family quietly looked at the inner Dan experts in front of them, who were beginning to retreat. The group had just retreated when they suddenly stopped in the air. After stopping, they did not turn back to look at Yunxia City. Instead, they looked ahead as if there was something there. What happened? Wang Junwei and the others were confused. Passing by Zhongli City, Zichun led a group of people straight to Yunxia City. As soon as they arrived, they saw the 3 forces preparing to retreat. Looking at the more than 100 inner Dan experts in front of them, plus a group of people who were flying in the air, Zichan and the others slowed down. 3 late-stage inner Dan experts and more than 100 early-stage inner Dan experts. What a big deal. They really put in a lot of effort. Seeing the situation in front of them, Monk also gasped. Zichan waved his hand. The group had already stopped, and the 2 sides faced each other. The 3 late-stage inner Dan experts on the other side should have a lot of resources in their hands, plus one with more than 100 inner Dan experts. This battle would not be easy for Zichun and the others. Spread out. However, they had to fight even if it was not easy. Zichun waved his hand again, and all the inner Dan experts spread out, ready to attack. After coming to the barbarian land for a few days, Zichun's group had not suffered any losses. However, facing so many inner Dan experts today, it was obvious that there would be casualties. Is this that unknown force? There are only dozens of inner Dan experts, and some who are flying in the air. Could they be the vanguard team? The 3 late-stage inner Dan experts in front of them looked straight at Zichun and the others. Humph, they don't know what's good for them. They even put on a battle stance. Seeing that Zichun's group had already spread out and entered a battle stance, the late-stage inner Dan experts showed obvious disdain. They are relying on their late-stage inner Dan experts. They definitely won't use their resources in the beginning. We have to take advantage of this time to launch the fiercest attack, Zichun said in a deep voice. Tyrant and Devil Ape were already standing side by side with Zichun, while Longhu, Spirit-Devouring Rat, Wild Wolf, Wu Lu, and the others stayed behind. Later, the 3 of us will launch the first round of attacks. Longhu and Spirit-Devouring Rat, pay attention to those assassins. Wild Wolf and Wu Lu, you guys have to be careful. If we can't hold them back and they attack you guys, don't resist and run immediately. Zichun quickly sent a voice transmission to arrange the details of the battle. The group replied with voice transmissions. Just dozens of inner Dan experts. How dare they stop us? Are they courting death? The 3 late-stage inner Dan experts were disdainful. Of course, they did not forget to tell the people behind them to kill as much as they could when the battle started. We just need to cooperate with the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Pavilion to kill these inner Dan experts. We can't even kill them, a late-stage inner Dan expert mocked. At this moment, Zichun and the other 2 moved. They turned into 3 beams of light and rushed over. 2 Yukongs and 1 inner Dan expert. There was a group of primordial Dan experts on the other side. There were more than 40 of them, but only 3 of them rushed out at this moment. Furthermore, they were 2 Yukong experts and 1 early-stage primordial Dan expert. Instead of sending out powerful experts, they sent out such a weak group of 3. The 2 sides were 1,000 meters apart. For Zichun and the other 2, this distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. Therefore, while the 3 late-stage inner Dan experts were stunned, the 3 of them had already rushed over. Their speed suddenly increased, causing the late-stage inner Dan experts' expressions to change slightly. However, they did not care and raised their hands to attack. As late-stage inner Dan experts, even a casual attack was extremely terrifying. The 3 of them did not block the attack directly. Instead, they dodged instantly. With a flash of light, the 3 of them dodged the 3 attacks. Then, they went around the 3 late-stage inner Dan experts and attacked the group of early-stage inner Dan experts. Kill. As they had underestimated the enemy earlier, their group of inner Dan experts was not separated. More than 100 inner Dan experts were gathered together. Because there were early-stage inner Dan experts in front, they did not pay attention to the 3 of them. Therefore, they were not prepared. At this moment, when they suddenly saw the 3 of them rushing over, they were more or less stunned. The demon subduing pestle, the broken spear, and the black rod appeared in an instant. Then, the 3 of them were like wolves rushing into a flock of sheep. Bang! Puff! In the time it took for blood to appear, 3 inner Dan experts had already been hit. Their bodies fell from the sky, their vitality gone in an instant. Spread out quickly. By the time the 3 late-stage inner Dan experts reacted and shouted, more than 10 inner Dan experts had already fallen to the ground. However, the number was still increasing. Almost every second, more inner Dan experts fell from the sky. Inside the light shield of Red Cloud City, Wang Jinwei and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Everyone's face looked as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on there? Are those falling inner Dan experts? Wang Jinwei asked in disbelief. Yes, someone is killing inner Dan experts. Beside him, the voice of one of inner Dan experts was also trembling. It was too terrifying. Killing inner Dan experts was like killing chickens, one after another. Damn it! Spread out quickly. Spread out for me. The furious roars of the late-stage inner Dan experts reverberated between heaven and earth. Naturally, this sound also reached Yunxia City. Then, Wang Jinwei and the others saw more than 100 inner Dan experts begin to frantically scatter, fleeing into the distance. As the inner Dan experts scattered, they finally saw the existence of the inner Dan experts. It was 2 humans and a humanoid beast. And when they looked at the 2 humans again, they actually looked so familiar. How is this possible? Wang Jinwei, who was already extremely shocked, was shocked again because he recognized Zichun and the monk at a glance. At this moment, the 2 of them were happily killing each other. Even if the inner Dan experts fled quickly, they were still chasing after them. In terms of speed, the 2 of them seemed to be faster. So even if the inner Dan experts were scattering, they were still dying. However, compared to before, the speed of their deaths had slowed down. Die. After a moment of panic, the inner Dan experts also reacted and began to launch effective counterattacks. 2 of the 3 late-stage inner Dan experts rushed towards Zichun and the others. Chapter 647. 2 of the 3 late-stage primal core experts rushed over, clearly not taking Zichun and the other 2 seriously. Split up and kill. Zichun heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they killed more primal core experts now, their losses in the subsequent battles would be minimized. Hence, the 3 of them split up instantly, transforming into 3 streams of light that rushed in 3 different directions. As for the 2 late-stage primal core experts, they could only chase after 2 of them. However, there were 3 of them, and they were all very fast. It was obviously unrealistic to chase after them immediately. Moreover, the 3 of them also had powerful combat strength under their extreme speed. Seeing their primal core experts dying one after another, the late-stage primal core experts were finally enraged. Hence, they no longer cared about their strength and identity and directly took out their trump cards. As soon as they took out their trump cards, a terrifying aura surged. The surrounding space began to distort as the two trump cards were taken out together, causing the void to tremble. In the distant city, Wang Zhenwei and the others saw this, and their expressions changed instantly. Die! The two of them shouted and slashed down with their trump cards. One of them was aimed at Zichun, while the other was aimed at Tyrant. The void was silently slashed open as a terrifying aura surged. The trump cards fell from the sky. Zichun and Tyrant did not dare to be careless as they turned around to face the enemy. Ba. Tyrant chanted the Buddhist mantra as the pure Buddhist power in his body continuously surged into the demon-subduing pestle. The dazzling demon-subduing pestle once again released a blinding golden light as holy and pure Buddhist power surged out. The entire demon-subduing pestle expanded several times in an instant, carrying a rich Buddhist power that defied the heavens as it rushed towards the trump cards. Clang! An ear-piercing clang sounded in the sky as a terrifying aura surged. The demon-subduing pestle was sent flying, but it blocked the terrifying attack of the trump cards. Seeing that the trump cards did not shatter the demon-subduing pestle, the late-stage primal core experts of the Tsang family were clearly stunned. On the other side, the blood-colored broken spear in Zichen's hand also surged with an even more frenzied killing intent. Boundless golden light surged from his body as his perfect body was fully displayed. Silver light flashed on his back as the heavenly thunder wings appeared. Then, he transformed into a tricolored light with the spear in hand as he charged towards the second trump card. Boom! The three-colored light collided with the foundation, and a loud boom erupted. The entire void was torn apart by this energy. Zichun felt a turbulent energy surge out from the broken spear, and the broken spear nearly slipped out of his hand. Then, a powerful force struck him, and Zichen's body was like a cannonball, slamming into the ground. Another rumble came from the ground, and a human-shaped crater appeared. The attack of a late-stage primal core cultivator was truly terrifying. Zichun was instantly injured, and when he flew out of the ground, there was already light golden blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. What? Seeing that a zephyr had actually blocked the attack of the foundation and was only lightly injured, Li family's Dan Yuan was also shocked. Not only that, such a terrifying attack actually did not break the broken spear. The two of them looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. To be able to block the foundation attack without breaking, it was obvious that the toughness of the items in their hands was not weaker than the foundation attack. The fact that the two of them didn't manage to kill each other was out of their expectations. On the other side, the devil ape, who hadn't been attacked, continued to attack Dan Yuan. Every time the black rod fell, a Dan Yuan would be killed. Since the first attack didn't kill the enemy, they continued to attack. The two late-stage primal core cultivators attacked again with their foundation. Zichun and the other two attacked the three forces, slaughtering the Dan Yuan cultivators. On the other side, the assassins who had been hiding also rushed towards Longhu and the others. Boom! However, before they could get close and enter the attack range, Longhu's eyes were already filled with a cold light. He raised a pair of tiger claws high and directly used the void as the ground, stomping hard. The tiger claws fell, and the void shook like the earth, and then cracked. The crack spread like a spider web. When the space was cracked, there was also a turbulent energy that spread out. The assassins who were hiding in the dark and trying to get close were shocked by this energy. At the same time, Longhu's attack caused a violent energy shock, and the assassins who were shocked out coughed up blood and were injured. Their eyes were still filled with shock. They didn't expect that their concealment method could be detected in advance. As soon as they were shocked out, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Relying on their instincts, they started to dodge. While they were dodging, they also saw a bright white light from the corner of their eyes that streaked across in front of them. Before they could rejoice that they reacted in time and dodged the sneak attack, their consciousness suddenly disappeared. Their bodies in the air lost the support of the energy, and they fell from the sky. The sound of bodies falling to the ground was heard. Longhu and the spirit-devouring rat's combined attack instantly killed 5 assassins. As for the other assassins who were following behind, seeing this scene, they also retreated in shock. At this moment, The third late-stage primal core cultivator rushed towards Longhu and the others. Obviously, he was copying Zichen and using his strength to kill the weak first. Retreat. Seeing the advanced primal core stage cultivators charging towards them, Wild Wolf and Wu Lu obeyed Zichen's instructions and instantly gave the order to retreat. Leading the group, they retreated quickly. Even Longhu and the spirit-devouring rat retreated decisively at this moment. It's useless. Today, all of you will die. This late-stage primal core cultivator was from the Chu family. He emitted an endless cold aura, and his speed was even faster. Wild Wolf and the others all retreated, except for one primal core cultivator. This primal core cultivator who walked out of the core formation pavilion was the most ordinary one. Just as the Chu family's primal core cultivator rushed forward, his body began to glow, and a violent aura surged from his body. Boom! Just as the Chu family's primal core cultivator rushed forward, he turned into a beam of light and rushed up. While he was in the air, he self-detonated his primal core. The self-detonation of the primal core cultivator's energy created a huge black hole in the sky. This black hole was as black as ink and was filled with destructive power. It instantly swallowed the late-stage primal core cultivator. On the other side, the two late-stage primal core cultivators couldn't help but feel anxious. Using their primal core weapons, they were barely able to slow down the death of the primal core cultivators. Now, their only hope was that the Chu family's late-stage primal core cultivator could quickly slaughter the other party. However, this sudden self-detonation of the primal core cultivator scared the two of them. Without saying anything, they self-detonated. They had to reevaluate the strength of this group. Kill. Demon Ape, kill to your heart's content. Zichun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed out from the ground again. He turned into a tricolored light to block the attack. The demon ape used the doppelganger technique and split into dozens in an instant. After 5 of the doppelgangers were destroyed by the attack, the other doppelgangers chased after the fleeing primal core cultivators. In the black hole formed by the self-detonation of the primal core cultivator in the air, a terrifying aura suddenly surged. Then, a sky-piercing sword rushed out from it, cutting through the destructive power. The Chu family's primal core cultivator rushed out from it in a sorry state. The self-detonation of the early-stage primal core cultivator didn't hurt him, but the clothes on his body were torn and tattered by the self-detonation. Damn things! I must kill you all! The Chu family's primal core cultivator rushed out from the self-detonation, his face full of murderous intent. But before he could use his attack to sweep away the crowd, he saw another glowing primal core cultivator rushing toward him resolutely. Again. The Chu family's primal core cultivator couldn't help but stare. Boom. The second primal core cultivator self-detonated, and the second black hole swallowed him whole. This kind of self-detonation to block the late-stage primal core cultivator was obviously not a good idea, but it was the most effective way to reduce the number of primal core cultivators killed. Moreover, the longer this side resisted, the demon ape on the other side could kill several times the number of primal core cultivators who self-detonated. When the Chu family's primal core cultivator rushed out from the second self-detonation, the anger in his heart was burning to the extreme, but it was useless. On Zichen's side, there were 30 primal core cultivators who could make the decision to self-detonate. And there were only 2 of them. Boom. The third primal core cultivator also self-detonated, and the pitch-black crack spread again. On the other side, the late-stage primal core cultivators of the Tsong and Li families were in despair. They had never seen or heard of such a way of fighting. It was really too scary and too ruthless. This was a way of sacrificing 800 people to kill 1,000 people. Although they hadn't killed the enemy yet, the enemy was consuming their energy in the self-detonation. Don't worry about those people. Quickly come and help. In desperation, the 2 of them could only shout and ask the other side to come quickly. The late-stage primal core cultivator who rushed out from the third self-detonation also turned around and retreated to help. With 3 trump cards, they were determined to kill Zichun and the other 2. Behind them, Longhu and the others also rushed up at this time and began to kill the other primal core cultivators of the 3 forces. It had to be said that the other side had too many primal core cultivators. Even after being killed by the three of them, there were still more than 80 primal core cultivators left, which was twice the number of Zichen's side. As the two sides fought, Zichen's primal core cultivators were already losing. Seeing that the primal core cultivators on his side were dying, Zichen hurriedly sent a voice transmission with heartache. Retreat quickly, fight while escaping, kill. At this time, the city defense array of Yunxia City finally closed. This array opened slowly, and it was more difficult to close it. Amidst the battle cries, Wang Jinwei finally rushed out with the primal core cultivators of his family. They didn't hide anything and directly flew out more than 20 primal core cultivators, including 10 primal core cultivators with elixir weapons. The leader was even a late-stage primal core cultivator with trump cards. Take the elixir weapons and kill the enemy quickly. Zichen, who had been sent flying again, took advantage of this gap to throw out more than 10 elixir weapons, indicating for the Wang family members to take them. The Wang family members were slightly stunned, but with a battle imminent, they didn't hesitate and fought with the elixir weapons. With the addition of a late-stage primal core cultivator with a trump card, one of Zichen's trio could free up their hands. Apart from that, there were also two powerful generals in Longhu and Spirit-Devouring Rat. The direction of the battle was naturally very obvious. After a few battles, less than half of the primal core cultivators of the three forces were left. With such a large number of casualties, the three decisively chose to retreat. The three forces began to retreat, and Zichen and the others kept chasing after them. In this battle, the three forces were completely defeated and suffered heavy losses. After chasing for more than 50 kilometers, everyone began to retreat. After returning, the first person who couldn't hold on was Zichen. After all, the blood-colored broken spear was much weaker than the black rod and demon-subduing pestle. Furthermore, Zichen personally fought every time. The energy from his trump card constantly surged into his body. Even his perfect body couldn't hold on. Chapter 648. In today's battle, not only had Zichen suffered heavy injuries, but the monk and the demonic ape had also suffered injuries of varying degrees. Furthermore, the team that had always maintained 0 casualties also suffered casualties today. The death count was as high as 9 core essence experts. If the 3 core essence experts who self-destructed were included, there would be a total of 12 people. The entire team's numbers had been reduced by a quarter. The defeat of the 3 factions had resulted in heavy losses for their family clans and core essence experts. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. However, when the 2 factions returned to Tsangli City and learned of the robbery, they were so angry that they coughed up blood. During this period of time in the barbarian land, Zichen had fought with all the opposing factions. The news of his return was naturally no secret. After disappearing for a few years, not only did he return with stronger combat strength, but he also led a core essence team. It was obvious that Zichen was doing well in the land of chaos. Furthermore, after several battles, they were extremely wary of Zichen. As a result, the war in the barbarian land, which had been going on for a year, ended because of Zichen's appearance. However, everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. After the major factions gathered their strength, they would launch an even more intense war. Clearly, both sides had reached a point where they would fight to the death unless one side was completely annihilated. The heavily injured Zichen fainted for 2 days. 2 days later, Zichen woke up. The heavy injuries to his foundation had also healed under the perfect body's self-recovery. When he opened his eyes, Wang Xian was accompanying him by the bed. Zichen, you're finally awake. Are you all right? Wang Xian was very happy to see Zichen wake up. I'm fine. I feel great. How long have I slept? Zichen sat up from the bed. 2 days. Wang Xian supported Zichen. How's the situation now? The major factions have all retreated. There aren't any major movements. Wang Xian looked at Zichen and suddenly blushed. She said softly, Father said that you should look for him after you wake up. Look for me? Zichen was taken aback. Wang Xian nodded shyly. Upon seeing Wang Xian's expression, Zichen was enlightened. He was going to meet her parents. Evidently, during the 2 days he was unconscious, Wang Xian had already informed Wang Zhentian and Qin Wentian about their relationship. Wang Xian brought Zichun to look for Wang Zhentian. Along the way, when some of the servants and guards saw Zichun, their eyes were filled with worship. Clearly, they all treated him as a hero. At the entrance, Wang Xian gestured for Zichun to enter alone. Zichun entered with a broken heart. In a spacious and luxurious hall, Zichun saw Wang Zhentian. Sitting in the main seat, the other party had a dignified expression on his face. He exuded the dignified aura of a superior, making Zichun feel slightly pressured. Fortunately, there was an acquaintance, Wang Zhenwei, beside him. This made Zichun feel slightly relieved. Zichun greets the two seniors. Zichun was polite and respectful. Although his combat strength was stronger than the two of them, he still had to be respectful at this moment and greet them as a junior. Wang Zhentian did not speak. From the moment he came in, his gaze had been fixed on Zichun. This made Zichun feel even more pressured, to the extent that his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Big brother, how is he? He looks like a talent, right? Wang Zhenwei broke the silence and praised Zichun. Well, not bad. Wang Zhentian nodded with a satisfied expression on his face. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and sit down. Don't be shy. Make yourself at home. Wang Zhentian looked dignified, but his words were like a spring breeze. His attitude was good. Zichun breathed a sigh of relief. Zichun thanked Wang Zhentian and then sat down 2 seats away from Wang Zhenwei. Soon, a servant served tea. The nervous Zichun took a sip, but of course, he could not taste anything. As if seeing Zichun's nervousness, Wang Zhenwei smiled and said, Zichun, you came back at the right time. Otherwise, our Wang family would have been in great trouble. You are now the great benefactor of our Wang family and the entire Yunxia city. Senior is overpraising me. If Senior had not brought reinforcements in time, our people might have been wiped out. As the topic of conversation started, Zichun's nervous heart gradually calmed down. It turned out that Zichun was thinking too much. Wang Zhentian saw that he was just chatting and had no other intentions. I heard that Xiong and Shan are following you. How are they? Wang Zhentian asked. Zichun stood up and said, They are not following me. We have established a force in the Bedlam together. Wang Shan is supervising the construction of a sect in the Bloodborne realm. Wang Qiong is leading the Danyuan troops in the Bloodborne realm army to guard the entire region in case the enemy invades. Zichun's clever answer made the two nod continuously. The satisfaction on their faces grew. Wang Zhenwei nodded and said, Yes, Qiong is very talented in commanding. Yes, Wang Qiong is very observant and calm. He is very suitable for commanding. Wang Shan is also not bad. Although he is usually impatient, he is very righteous and upright. As the two chatted, Zichun told them about the situation in the Bedlam bit by bit. Although they had already heard about it from Wang Xian, hearing Zichun's story again still touched their hearts. To be able to establish a force in the Bedlam, the two were very proud of the youngsters. When they heard that Wang Qiong had broken through to the Danyuan realm, their faces were filled with excitement. Wang Shan is also at the great perfection of the Bloodborne realm and could break through at any time. The same goes for Xian. The three of them are among the best in the Bedlam, Zichun said. The smiles on the two's faces grew wider. They found Zichun even more pleasing to the eye. After talking about the Bedlam, it was time to talk about the Bedlam. The two asked Zichun what he thought of the war. There are too few resources in this region. If we want to rise, we must quell the internal strife, Zichun said directly. How do we quell the internal strife? Asked Wang Zhentian. Negotiation is naturally out of the question. Both sides have already reached this point, and it's even more impossible for us to compromise. The only way out is to kill to stop the killing, until one side is wiped out. As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous aura surged from Zichun's body. Annihilate one side? What do you mean? The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Either we die and leave this region to them, or we live and take control of this region, said Zichun decisively. Annihilate all the forces? Do you know what you are talking about? Wang Zhenwei cried out in alarm. That's the 5 major forces. There's also the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. You must know that the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance is backing the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. After pondering for a moment, Zichun said seriously, the 5 major forces are just local forces. Even if we have the Calamity Evasion Pill and have more Jindan essence, we can still annihilate them one by one. Hence, there's no need to be afraid of them. As for the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, it's a little tricky. However, as long as the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance doesn't send anyone beyond the Jindan realm as support, it shouldn't be a big problem to annihilate them. Annihilate the 5 forces one by one? How do we do that? Asked Wang Jintian. It means to bring all the inner core experts of the clan and fight until everyone is dead. Zichen's simple and crude answer made the two of them speechless. Wang Jintian pondered for a moment and said, this method is decisive enough. However, have you thought about this problem? When we fight the 5 forces, we will definitely suffer losses. Perhaps the losses will be very heavy. Then, how are we going to face the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, who has a strong foundation and experts? The Qin family is refining the Calamity Evasion Pill. The amount of Jindan essence is no longer a problem. In addition to the experts on our side, we shouldn't suffer too many losses when we take down the 5 forces. Zichen's answer surprised both of them. As for the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, we just need to find their base and annihilate all of them. We won't let anyone escape. It has been so many years. We have tried to annihilate the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion several times. However, they are very cunning. Their base is also very well hidden. We can't annihilate them all at once. Senior, you don't have to worry about this. I have already made arrangements for finding their base. Such a simple and casual chat naturally couldn't discuss the details of the war. During this period, the Wang family would at least gather the experts for a few more meetings. The chat this time was quite pleasant. Zichun had left a good impression on Wang Jintian. They chatted for half a day. Wang Jintian even asked Zichun to stay for a meal. Zichun politely declined. Just as he walked out of the hall, he saw Wang Xian waiting for him. How was it? Wang Xian seemed nervous and uneasy, just like Zichun when he went in earlier. What do you mean? Zichun didn't understand. How was my father's impression of you? Did he say anything? Wang Xian pulled Zichun to the side. He should have a good impression of me. As for what he said, are you talking about us? Zichun shook his head and said, he didn't say anything about that. We only talked about the upcoming battle between the forces. Oh, Wang Xian seemed a little disappointed. After Zichun left, only Wang Jinwei and Wang Jintian were left in the hall. What do you think of Zichun's suggestion? Wang Jintian looked at Wang Jinwei. After hesitating for a while, Wang Jinwei said, the 3 forces and his force make a total of 4 forces. However, it will be difficult for the 4 forces to kill the 5 forces. At the very least, it will be difficult to kill the primordial elixir realm experts. Moreover, the Heavenly Assassins Pavilion, which has the support of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance, is not easy to deal with. It will be even more difficult to eliminate them. Zichun is still too young. After hearing this, Wang Jinwei said, I think the whole idea is feasible. However, if we want to eliminate the 5 forces, we will need enough primordial elixir realm experts. Apart from that, we will also need more primordial elixir realm experts. Otherwise, even if we take down the 5 forces, the primordial elixir realm experts will be able to escape. This will cause endless trouble in the future. The Wang family arranged a special place for Zichun to rest. After returning to his residence, Zichun called Wild Wolf and Wu Lu over. Sir. The two of them walked in. After the spiritual transformation in the intermediate energy elixir realm, Wu Lu's strength had broken through to the intermediate primordial elixir realm. How are the casualties this time? Zichun asked. He had fainted immediately after returning, so he didn't know what had happened after the battle. 9 people died in the battle this time. 3 self-destructed, so a total of 12 people died. 2 were seriously injured, 2 lost their arms, and 4 were lightly injured, Wu Lu said. Such a huge loss made Zichun frown. He then asked, how much of the ordinary Jindan essence is left? P.S. My nose is running, and there's a lot of paper next to it. My nose is red and painful, and it's very uncomfortable. Other than the runny nose in the morning, it's normal. At night, I have a headache. I don't know if it's a serious cold or rhinitis. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow. Please don't let it be a big problem. Chapter 649. There are 20 ordinary primordial core cultivators left. After releasing his perception, Zichun could still sense 8 out of 10 primordial core cultivators with the soul seed art. In other words, Longhu only had 12 primordial core cultivators left. After pondering for a moment, Zichun said, "You can leave now. Call Longhu and Demon Ape here." Soon, Longhu and Demon Ape appeared. "Demon Ape, go back to the Bedlam lands and bring some more people here. Tell Wang Qiong that he can only take one mid-stage primal core cultivator and bring the rest here. As for early-stage primal core cultivators, bring as many as you can, even if they are just cannon fodder." Demon Ape nodded and left. After leaving Yunxia City, he went straight to the teleportation array. "Longhu, you should have 12 early primordial core cultivators left, right? That's not enough. Go back and get more," said Zichun. Longhu nodded, but just as he was about to leave, Zichun called him back. "Forget it. 12 is 12. It's barely enough for a battle." "A battle? Okay." Zichun nodded. The major forces still didn't make any moves. It was as if they had all given up. 2 days later, Zichun took the initiative to find Wang Zhantian. Of course, this time he spoke as the leader of one of the major forces. "Senior, when the first batch of Calamity Evasion pills comes out, I plan to attack Zhongli City. I need your cooperation." "What? You want to attack Zhongli City?" Wang Zhantian's expression changed. Zichun nodded and said seriously, "Zhongli City suffered a great loss last time. Now is the best time to attack. Once we do, it will also serve as a warning to the other major forces." "Then how do you want us to cooperate?" Wang Zhantian pondered for a moment and asked. "At least 20 primordial core cultivators and 1 late primordial core cultivator. We must have a solid foundation," said Zichun firmly. Wang Zhantian smiled bitterly. "Our Wang family only has 23 primordial core cultivators. If you want to take 20, why don't you take all of them? When the first batch of Calamity Evasion pills comes out, I believe the Wang family will have many more primordial core cultivators. 20 is not too much." Zichun smiled. "I can't give you an answer. Please allow us to discuss this." Zichun nodded, and Wang Zhantian left. "My lord, they definitely won't agree." After Wang Zhantian left, Wu Lu whispered to Zichun. Recently, Zichun had been bringing Wu Lu with him wherever he went, and he also let him participate in the discussion of the war. Wu Lu used to be the leader of a force, and he dared to attack the Shangguan family's market, and even survived the attack of Shangguan Feixiong and the others, so he must have something extraordinary about him. "Oh, why?" Zichun looked at Wu Lu. "It's very obvious. That's the final trump card they rely on to protect themselves. They won't give you all of their Jindan essence and let you fight," Wu Lu said. "As I said before, we will only attack Zhongli City when the first batch of evasion pills is refined." Wu Lu smiled and said, "That's even more impossible. With so much core energy, they still want to use it to defend Yunxia City." Hearing Wu Lu's analysis, Zichun smiled mysteriously and said, "Perhaps the process will be a little difficult, but they will definitely agree." Soon, the Wang family's Jindan essence experts gathered. These Jindan essence experts had all passed the heavenly lightning tribulation and were all at the master level. Naturally, they were also well-known figures, so they all participated in the meeting and discussed this matter in the huge conference hall. Wang Zhantian sat on the side, and the main seat was reserved for the strongest person in the family. He quickly got up and explained Zichun's intention. "What? Borrowing 20 Jindan essence experts to attack Zhongli City? That's all of our family's trump cards. Wang Zhantian, are you crazy? You actually called people to discuss such a ridiculous matter." A hot-tempered Jindan essence expert, who was older than Wang Zhantian, said, "As I said, after the first batch of evasion pills is successfully refined, I believe that the number of Jindan essence in our family will double," Wang Zhantian said. "Right now, the war is still in peace. Once we attack the Zhongli and Zhongli families, we may end up facing the 5 forces and end up being completely annihilated." "I don't agree with this," another man said. He was Wang Zhantian's cousin. "The 5 forces haven't made any moves yet. Once we start the war, it will be equivalent to provoking them. At that time, it won't be the 3 forces besieging us, but the 5 forces besieging us. This is a reckless move, said another Jindan essence expert. Zichen's move is a reckless gamble. He is gambling with the lives of all our Jindan essence experts. Even if we win, we will suffer heavy casualties. But if we lose, our Wang family will be finished, and Zichen will return to the fringe. That's enough, Wang Xiang. Don't say such things in the future. The late-stage Jindan essence expert sitting at the head of the table coldly glanced at him. Although it's unpleasant to hear, it's the truth. Whether we win or lose, Zichen has a way out, but we don't, Wang Xiang continued. The others were silent. Don't forget that without Zichen, our Wang family would be gone. Even if we don't send out our troops, the 5 forces will let us go. Wang Zhenqian, sitting at the side, said, with Zichen, they won't cause us any trouble in the short term. But after they eliminate Zichen's forces, who can guarantee that our Wang family won't be the second Zichen's force to be eliminated? Didn't you say that we have calamity evasion pellets? With them, we can create more Jindan essence and defend Yunxia City and the Wang family, said Wang Xiang. The calamity evasion pellets were provided by Zichen. His purpose is to attack, not defend. And if we keep defending passively, it will only make the 5 forces stronger. When the time comes, we will still have to fight, said Wang Zhenwei. I still say the same thing. If our Jindan essence experts fail, Zichen won't suffer any losses, but our Wang family will fall into eternal damnation, said Wang Xiang. You won't suffer any losses? Wang Zhenwei looked at Wang Xiang and said, 20 Jindan essence experts of our Wang family is a loss, but are the 40 or so that Zichen brought with him not a loss? Zichen had been preparing to establish a force in the fringe, but when he learned that we were in trouble, he immediately rushed back with his men. He came to save us, not to show off or prove anything. As you said, Zichen still has a way out. But since he has a way out, why did he come here to attack the 5 forces? Is it just for the trivial grudges of the past? Don't be naive. Zichen is now the leader of a force. He is no longer the powerless little guy who hid from place to place. He won't sacrifice his own life and the lives of his companions for a small grudge of the past before he has consolidated his forces. Wang Zhenwei looked at the crowd and continued, Zichen has a way out, but he can also return without fighting. I don't think any force will stop him, but he didn't. Why? Because he wants to help us, help this region. The 20 or so Jindan essence experts in the hall fell silent. Even Wang Xiang was speechless. Everyone was silent. Everyone was hesitant and conflicted. They couldn't make up their minds. This wasn't just a matter of putting their lives on the line, but also the lifeline of the Wang family that had been passed down for 10,000 years. Tell Zichen to do as he says. Our Wang family will support him unconditionally, said a late Jindan essence expert sitting at the head of the table. As the strongest expert of the Wang family, his words naturally carried the most weight. Once he spoke, it was the end of the discussion and the final word. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. How could they not see the situation in front of them? They just lacked the courage to make such a bold gamble. Wang Zhenwei quickly told Zichen the news. Zichen only smiled after hearing it. Sir, how did you guess that they would agree? Asked Wu Lu, puzzled. Zichen smiled and said, because they have nowhere else to go. Wu Lu still wanted to ask something, but Zichen just smiled and didn't say anything. Indeed, this choice was a bit difficult for the Wang family. The only thing that made them choose was trust. They believed that Zichen wouldn't harm the Wang family. On the same day, a piece of news spread from Yunxia City. Zichen was going to take the Wang family forces to destroy the Zhongli family and the Li family in Zhongli City. In the entire region, Zichen's news spread the fastest. As soon as this news came out, it naturally spread to all the major cities. When the news spread, it was obvious that the Wang family was furious after learning that the news had been leaked. You dare to take the initiative to come to us? You're courting death. When the forces of the Zhong and Li families heard this, they were naturally furious and threatened to not fear Zichen. But secretly, they had already sent out a signal of support. A few days later, the monk, who had returned from Yongqi City with the first batch of escape pills, passed by Zhongli City. He stood in the air above Zhongli City, looking down at the city below, and shouted, People of the Zhong and Li families, listen up. 5 days later, your Lord Zheng will bring the Dan Realm army to flatten Zhongli City, and make the Tsang and Li families disappear forever. The monks' domineering words spread throughout Songli City, and many forces were frightened. Now, Songli City was just like Yangqi City before. When the war came, many rogue cultivators left to find other places. "You're courting death." There was a loud shout from below, and a stream of sword chi shot up to the sky, fiercely chopping towards the monk. "You still have 5 days to enjoy. 5 days later, Songli City will be destroyed." The monk dodged the sword chi and flew in the direction of Yunxia City. 2 late-stage Dan Realm experts rushed out with their foundation, but after chasing for hundreds of miles, they were afraid of an ambush, so they decisively retreated. "Damn it, there are only 5 days left. Have the reinforcements come yet?" The experts who came back were flustered and exasperated. "A few with foundation have come. They are guarding outside. When the time comes, they will cooperate with us from the inside and outside. They will definitely be able to kill Zichun and his people." The monk's following journey was unimpeded. Now, he could do whatever he wanted in this area, because he was already standing at the peak of this area. "Did you bring the things?" As soon as the monk came back, Zichun asked. "This batch of escape pills is very small. There are only 12 of them," the monk said. "Why are there so few?" "It seems to be because of the ancient beast's blood essence. The effect of this escape pill is very strange. It doesn't suppress the person's potential. After taking it, the person's potential is still there. It is completely possible to break through to the mid-stage Dan realm." The monk's explanation surprised Zichun, but what he cared about was not these escape pills, but something else. Chapter 650. "Did you bring that thing?" Zichun asked, his eyes filled with eagerness. "Yes, I brought it." The monk nodded, and a palm-sized heavy hammer appeared in his hand. The hammer head and handle were shining with endless lightning, like dancing thunder snakes, surging with a tyrannical aura. This was the heritage that Zichun saw in the butcher graveyard. At that time, it was placed together with the purple gold gourd. At that time, Master Mo only let Zichun take the gourd, which could be regarded as saving Zichun's life. As for the other 2 treasures, among all the forces, one fell into the hands of the Liu family. It was the lightning hammer in front of him. In order to successfully conquer Songli City, Zichun specially asked Tyrant to borrow this trump card from the Liu family. It was a heavy hammer that emitted lightning. It did not seem to conflict with the power of lightning in his body, so he could use the heavy hammer to its full potential. Zichun took the lightning hammer, and the yuan power in abdomen surged out. The originally tyrannical lightning hammer surged with a destructive aura, like the birth of a peerless beast. This aura spread and covered the entire Yunxia city, and everyone in the city felt a sense of oppression. This aura alarmed many Jindan masters, and they all flew towards Zichun. Zichun's body flashed with golden light, turning into a 2-meter-long lightning hammer in his hand. He was like a war god, and his cold eyes made the monk's hair stand on end. The other Jindan masters were also stunned. At this moment, Zichun gave them a feeling of extreme danger. Is this the source of his confidence? The late-stage Jindan master of the Wang family had a faint smile on his face. The stingy Liu family is actually willing to lend him their strongest heritage. Sure enough, we can't look at him with ordinary eyes. This time, we may really succeed in attacking Songli City. Looking at Zichun's cool appearance, the monk's eyes widened. At this moment, Zichun was full of threats to the monk. Don't be envious of others. When we take down Songli City, there are 2 treasures there. The golden light around Zichun's body converged, and the lightning hammer also returned to the size of a palm. That's right. They have a blade and a sword. I like to use a blade. The monk's eyes lit up, and he was filled with enthusiasm. With his foundation in hand, Zichun was in high spirits. He reared his head back and shouted, 5 days from now, attack Snowfall City with all our strength. This voice was not suppressed, and it spread throughout the entire Yunxia City like rolling thunder. Attack the floating snow city? Didn't they say they were going to attack Songli City? The cultivators who heard those words were stunned. Could it be that he said Songli City, but mistakenly said floating snow city? That's impossible. That's Zichun's voice. How could he not know which faction he's attacking? These words came from Zichen's mouth, so they were very credible. This news was spread as quickly as possible. Damn it! How dare they attack our floating snow city? Quickly call the experts of the family back. This time, we will not let them return. After hearing the news, the Chu family of Floating Snow City also quickly responded. The experts who were sent to help Zhongli City also quickly returned after hearing the news. There were still 3 days before the attack on Floating Snow City, but another news came from Yunxia City. Zichun was not attacking Floating Snow City, but the martial ancestor. He wanted to take revenge and destroy the entire martial ancestor. Originally, the martial ancestor was divided into 2 factions, but since one of them surrendered to the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion and obtained a lot of resources, they used Thunderous means to suppress or kill, completing the unification. Now, the martial ancestor was as united as an iron plate. As soon as the news came out, the martial ancestor also quickly made some arrangements. As for who Zichun was going to attack, it seemed to become more and more confusing. While waiting, 5 days quickly passed, but there was no movement in Yunxia City. Zichun did not assemble a team, and the local forces of Yunxia City also did not make any moves. As it turned out, this was a joke. After the forces learned about it, they were angry, but they did not relax their vigilance. The first batch of calamity avoidance pills had successfully created more than a dozen core realm masters. As the Qin family said, this pill was a real treasure, and it did not affect their potential at all. It turned out that after swallowing the calamity avoidance pills, their potential was still very high. Zichun had reservations about this. After 6 days, Zichun and his group still did not make any moves. Just when everyone thought that Zichun was just joking with the big forces, his team suddenly assembled. His own core realm masters and the local core realm masters of Yunxia City formed a team of more than 50, and they went straight to Zhongli City. After leaving Yunxia City, the city defense array appeared, and Yunxia City entered a state of full defense. After more than a year of war, Yunxia City's core realm masters changed from defense to offense for the first time. After leaving Yunxia City for hundreds of miles, Zichun left the team and flew in another direction. Zichen's sudden departure puzzled everyone, but they did not ask. Their goal was Zhongli City. Zichun stopped on a mountain peak a few miles away. Soon, a white figure flew over from the horizon. How many people have come from the 5 forces? The white figure approached. It was the spirit-devouring rat. Zichun asked. The martial ancestor sent 8 core realm masters, one of which is a mid-stage core realm master. They are thousands of miles north of Zhongli City. The Chu family only sent 6 core realm masters, but there are 2 mid-stage core realm masters. The Gung family stayed in the south with 8 core realm masters. The Zhu family did not send anyone. The Heavenly Slayer Pavilion sent 12 core realm masters, 2 of which are mid-stage core realm masters. The spirit-devouring rat finished in one breath. During this time, it was responsible for monitoring the movements of these forces. Previously, the spirit-devouring rat sensed the arrival of the late-stage core realm masters, which was why Zichun said to attack Snowfall City. They plan to work together and annihilate you all outside Zhongli City. Zichun nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he let the spirit-devouring rat lead the way. Thousands of miles away from Zhongli City, there was a huge mountain forest. 12 core realm masters were hiding on one of the mountain peaks. They were very careful and cautious. Even in this desolate and uninhabited place, they had been hiding in the void. They were waiting for Zichun to start a war with the forces of Zhongli City. Then, they would sneak over and launch a sneak attack. Yes. Suddenly, a mid-stage assassin frowned and looked into the distance. There was an energy fluctuation. The others also felt it and turned their heads. Then, they saw a black-clothed assassin appear in the void. However, the assassin's figure flashed and disappeared. Just as he appeared, he hid again. Didn't they only send the 12 of us? Did they send someone else? One of the assassins asked in confusion. Even if they wanted to send someone, they couldn't have sent just one person. They should have sent a few more, another said. The opponent's realm doesn't seem high. He might be here to send a message, the third assassin said. Assassins were all very fast. It was reasonable to say that the assassin should have already arrived in front of him in the time it took for the 3 sentences to be exchanged. However, the assassin didn't seem to appear. Not good. A mid-stage assassin sensed that something was wrong. His face suddenly changed and he let out a low cry. Puff. However, before he could say anything, a sharp spear appeared out of thin air and pierced through his back, piercing through his heart in one strike. The mid-stage assassin showed his figure with despair and horror, and then he fell to the ground. Such a change naturally alarmed the other core realm masters. Their faces changed dramatically, and they flew away as fast as they could. They were retreating at top speed, but a blood-red spear was tailing them. It kept appearing from the void, and every time the spear appeared from its hidden state, one of the assassins would be pierced through the heart, and his soul would be destroyed. Damn it! Who was the real assassin? Seeing their companions fall one by one, the group of assassins was frightened. They came from the assassin pavilion and had been practicing the way of assassination since young. They were the kings of assassination. However, at this moment, the existence that was hiding in the void was even more proficient in the way of assassination than they were. The other party was moving in the void, and they couldn't detect any trace of movement. They also couldn't sense the speed of the other party's attack. Puff, puff. The sound of the broken spear piercing into the body was heard continuously. Fresh blood and corpses appeared in the void from time to time and fell into the forest. This was a battle between assassins. It was a silent battle. There was no turbulent energy in the world, only corpses that kept falling. After 11 corpses fell from the sky one after another, a figure in black appeared in the void. His eyes were cold, and he held the broken spear in his hand. It was Zichun. After staying with Zhang Haoyan and the Devil Ape for so long, Zichun naturally knew a little about the way of assassination. He might not be as good as Zhang Haoyan and the Devil Ape, but compared to these assassins, he was more than enough. 11 of the 12 assassins were dead. As for the last one, he took advantage of the chaos to escape. After collecting all the spiritual rings and elixir weapons, Zichun turned into a ray of light and flew in the second direction. It was the people from the Chu family in the fluttering snow city. When they saw the figure of an assassin in the distance, they were stunned. What is the assassin doing here? Could it be that he has some new information? The people who sensed the arrival of the assassin were puzzled, but soon they knew the purpose of the assassin's arrival. After a few fierce battles, these people turned into corpses and resources. The identity of an assassin gave Zichun a lot of convenience. At first glance, they thought he was one of them. Therefore, with the identity of an assassin and the guidance of the spirit-devouring rats, Zichun visited the hiding places of all the forces. During this period, there were almost no decent battles. The only thing Zichun could do was to kill and kill. Moreover, under the way of assassination, this kind of killing and killing was faster. After returning, he had many energy Dan essence, spiritual rings, and elixir weapons. Zichun had already wasted more than half a day to get rid of all the Dan essences in the periphery. According to the time, the monk and the others should have arrived at Songli City at full speed. Therefore, Zichun also sped up and flew toward Songli City. Songli City had been closed for a long time. The city defense formation had also been activated. The energy light shield sealed and protected the entire city. Chapter 651. The monk and the others were much more direct. They bombarded the defender array with all their might as soon as they arrived, not worrying about consumption at all. Elixir weapons, foundations, demons subduing pestle, and energy attacks constantly flashed in the sky, and then fell heavily with a terrifying aura. The earth rumbled, and the entire Songli city trembled as if the sky and earth were falling apart. Attack with all your might. Don't hold back. Under the rich Buddhist power in his body, the demon's subduing pestle had become hundreds of meters long. It was shining with golden light, like a huge golden mountain, and smashed with an ear-piercing sound. Although such an attack was powerful, it consumed a lot of energy. However, the monk didn't care at all, as if it didn't consume the energy in his body. The foundations in the hands of the late-stage primordial core cultivators were also emitting a terrifying aura. The bright light was like a scorching sun. Every time the foundations fell, the void would be torn apart, and the entire Tsangli city would tremble. The other primordial core cultivators were also desperately attacking with their elixir weapons. Humph, go ahead and fight. Fight with all your might. Let's see how you fight when the energy in your body is depleted. In Tsangli City, the primordial core cultivators of the two families sneered at the monk and the others who were desperately attacking outside. They had already made up their minds. When these people ran out of energy, they would suddenly launch an attack and completely destroy them. What is that? Looking at the primordial core cultivators outside the energy shield, they suddenly frowned. In the sky, a gigantic hammerhead flashing with lightning appeared. It was as big as a mountain peak. Lightning flashed on the surface of its body, as if there were snakes of lightning swimming around it. It emitted a terrifying aura and smashed towards the energy barrier with a loud bang. That's the foundation of the Lu family. Damn it, it's in the hands of Zichun. Seeing Zichun holding the hammer, a primordial core cultivator cursed secretly. Boom! The heavy hammer fell, shattering the void. This blow was so powerful that the energy shield began to tremble violently. The vibration caused many cultivators in the city to collapse to the ground. They looked at the huge lightning hammer that was raised high again, and their eyes were filled with horror. Good. 2 foundations. This time, our 2 families will reluctantly accept them. The strongest cultivator of the Li family had a cold light in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Such a consumption of energy. They are. Boom! The heavy hammer fell once again. Endless lightning surged, completely drowning out the words that the other party was about to say. Amidst the loud rumbling, the cultivator who had just stood up in the city was once again shaken to the point where he staggered and fell. Outside the light shield, Zichun was like a god of war. Every time the lightning hammer fell, the light shield would tremble. With such a terrifying attack coupled with the all-out attacks of the others, it wouldn't be long before the energy barrier was broken. Humph, go ahead. The experts from the Tsang and Li families were not afraid when they saw the trembling light barrier. They even had sneers on their faces. Amidst the constant attacks, the rate of Jindan essence attacks in the outside world gradually slowed down. Clearly, some people had expended a lot of energy and were gradually slowing down their attacks. Moreover, there were already some weaker Jindan essences who had expended all their energy and were beginning to sit cross-legged to recover their internal essence force. Seeing this, Song Clan's Dan Yuan sneered. He's finally at his limit. Since they can't hold on any longer, let's help them. The expert from the Li clan also snorted coldly and said loudly, "Deactivate the defensive light barrier." He didn't deliberately suppress his voice, and it spread throughout the entire Tsangli city. Many cultivators heard it and looked at the Li clan expert in the air in disbelief. Under such circumstances, shouldn't they choose to defend? Why did they deactivate the light barrier? Were they trying to let Zichun and the others in? In the next moment, they understood why the 2 forces were doing this. After the Li clan expert finished speaking, several figures suddenly flew out from the direction of the Tsang and Li clans. These were all Jindan essences, and powerful auras surged around them. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 50 of them, and then there were 10 more. After 3 breaths, there were as many as 80 Jindan essences from the 2 forces. This was an extremely terrifying number. 80 Jindan essences and 80 Zone masters. They had incredible combat strength, and their numbers were far more than Zichun and the others outside the light shield. Boom! After the last loud explosion, Zichun and the others outside the light shield completely gave up attacking, because at this moment, everyone's energy had been depleted. However, after their energy was depleted, they didn't immediately retreat. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the air, recovering their energy at the gate of Tsangli City, and waited for their energy to recover before launching the second wave of attacks. What a bunch of reckless idiots. More than 80 Jindan essences had all gathered, waiting for the energy shield to disappear so that they could rush out one by one. However, this rather complicated energy shield was troublesome to set up and equally difficult to deactivate. It seemed that they would have to wait for a while until it was completely gone, and this moment undoubtedly gave Zichun and the others time to recover, But how much could they recover in just a moment? So they had enough patience to wait. Buzz. After a while, the light shield above Tsangli City began to tremble, distort, and show signs of disappearing. Outside the light shield, Zichen's Jindan essences saw this scene, and their expressions changed. Inside the light shield, the Jindan essences all had hideous smiles on their faces. In the next moment, the light shield disappeared. Not good. Retreat quickly. Just as the light shield disappeared, the cultivators in the city heard Zichen's slightly panicked voice, and then saw the many experts he brought with him begin to retreat in panic. Don't you think it's too late to retreat now? How dare you come to Tsangli City and behave so atrociously? Today will be the day you die. Haha, Zichun, go to hell. More than 80 Jindan essences all rushed out, crazily rushing towards Zichun and the others like a tide. At this moment, Zichen and the others were fleeing in panic. 7 or 8 Jindan essences did not have time to get up and escape, and were surrounded by a group of Jindan essences. They had hideous smiles on their faces, held Jindan weapons in their hands, and shouted the word "die" coldly. In their imagination, the 8 Jindan essences who did not have time to escape should be scared witless and kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy when they saw the number of Jindan essences 10 times their own. But when the 8 of them raised their heads, they knew they were wrong. There was no fear in their eyes, only coldness, a calm coldness. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately after, the 8 Jindan essences exploded with loud booms. The energy of the self-detonation formed a terrifying energy storm that spread and wreaked havoc in all directions. Under this energy storm, a black hole was blasted open in the void. The black hole spread like a passage to the netherworld, directly swallowing the nearby Jindan essences. Moreover, the storm was still spreading, swallowing the other Jindan essences who had seen the unfavorable situation and were frantically trying to escape. In the distance, the Wang family members who were retreating with Zichen were shocked when they saw the storm that swallowed dozens of Jindan essences. They were not only shocked by the terrifying power of the storm, but also by the courage of the 8 Jindan essences. The battle had just begun, and they had self-detonated without saying anything. They clearly had the opportunity to escape, but they did not immediately do so. It was as if they had decided to self-detonate at the first moment. Just how had Zichen managed to nurture such a loyal and fearless Danyuan? While everyone was puzzled, their gazes towards Zichen also became extremely fearful. Quickly swallow the liquefied origin essence. They were so shocked that they forgot to swallow the liquefied origin essence. Fortunately, Zichen's loud reminder woke them up, and they all swallowed the liquefied origin essence. As for the late-stage Jindan essences, they swallowed 4 mid-grade liquefied origin essence in an instant. After 4 drops of liquefied origin essence went down their stomachs, they clicked their tongues in heartache. The destructive energy in front of them was still spreading and spreading, and all kinds of booms were heard. Of course, the screams never stopped. Lifeless and incomplete corpses fell from the Tiamat's wrath one after another. Broken limbs were everywhere. The self-detonation of 8 Jindan essences must have caused great losses to the Tsang and Li families. Even if they did not lose half of their forces, it was still possible to lose 1/3 of their forces. As the destructive energy spread and spread, the towering city gate of Tsangli City was also affected by the energy. With a boom, it collapsed. This gate that had stood for thousands of years was finally destroyed. Additionally, even more streams of power of devastation descended like tidal waves, destroying many of the buildings there. Many cultivators were also killed by the shockwaves. Mournful screams continued to rise and fall. Tsangli City, which was still intact a moment ago, was instantly turned into a living hell. The Jindan essences of the 2 families who were lucky not to be caught in the destructive energy had eyes full of fear. The 2 late-stage Jindan essences kept rushing into the destructive energy to save people, but under such circumstances, how many people could they save? And even if they could save the Jindan essences, they were all seriously injured. How much fighting power could they have? When the destructive energy dissipated, 1/5 of Zhongli City had been destroyed. Of the 80-odd Jindan essences of the two families, only 48 were still at full strength. Except for a few who were injured, the rest were all killed by the self-detonation of the energy. With such heavy losses, the Jindan essences of the two families were naturally spitting fire. However, they were still confident that they could win this battle because they still had reinforcements. Moreover, Ziqian and the others had exhausted all their energy. But when they regrouped and prepared for a fierce battle, they were shocked to find that the energy in their bodies had been completely restored. Everyone was back in peak condition. How is this possible? Many Jindan essences were in disbelief. Is this strange? Don't you know that there is such a thing as liquefied essence in this world? Zichun replied with a cold laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's team spread out. All the Jindan essences held their elixir weapons and got into a fighting stance. Even if they have recovered their energy, they will still die. Under the furious expressions of the two late-stage Jindan essences, a group of more than 40 Jindan essences charged towards Ziqian and the others. Ziqian and the late-stage Jindan essences went forward and blocked the powerhouses of the two families. The monk, Longhu, Wild Wolf, and Wu Lu attacked the mid-stage Jindan essences of the two families. As for the early-stage Jindan essences, they fought against the Jindan essences of the two families. When the number of people was about the same, it was time to compete. However, it was obvious that Zichen's side had many powerful people. Moreover, there were 12 of them who could self-detonate their Jindan essences at any time. They had received orders before the battle to self-detonate if they could not win. Chapter 652. The battle spread throughout the entire Zhongli city. Countless buildings were destroyed, and many cultivators were killed or injured. Many cultivators fled in fear. Under Shang Longhu and Monk, the number of primordial core cultivators on both sides decreased rapidly. Eventually, all of them were killed. In the end, only 2 late-stage primordial core cultivators were left fighting in the sky. Moreover, with Zichen's unlimited supply of liquefied yuan, the 2 exhausted late-stage primordial core cultivators were suppressed by them. 80 primordial core cultivators were killed just like that. The 2 late-stage primordial core cultivators were also suppressed. Despair filled the faces of the Zhongli and Zhongli cultivators. Why? Where are the reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements? Didn't you say that we would attack from the inside? The 2 late-stage primordial core cultivators roared at the sky. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Their faces were full of regret and despair. The reinforcements that were supposed to appear in the original plan had not appeared. If they had known this, they would have chosen to defend. But now, looking at the ruined Zhongli city and the corpses of primordial core cultivators, they were so angry that they could not say a word. Boom! Lightning danced in the sky like silver snakes. The thunder hammer smashed through the air. The late-stage primordial core cultivator resisted with his foundation. However, he had exhausted too much of his energy and was directly knocked back. Looking at Zichun, he also swallowed yuan liquefied after the attack. Then, he could clearly feel the energy in his body recovering. He could not remember how many yuan liquefied Zichun had swallowed. However, looking at his calm expression, he did not seem to be distressed at all. It seemed that he still had a lot of yuan liquefied. Kill. While fighting in the sky, Zichun still had time to give orders. It was obvious that he really had the upper hand. Therefore, in the sky shaking battle cries, Monk and the others rushed toward the 2 families. Damn it, stop! The late-stage primordial core cultivator roared. He mobilized the yuan liquefied in his body to control his foundation to stop the others. However, with Zichun and the Wang family's primordial core cultivators, the 2 exhausted cultivators could not get rid of them. Moreover, the 2 exhausted cultivators were likely to stay here forever. A group of primordial core cultivators were killed, and the family's experts were restrained. The 2 families naturally put up a defensive light shield early. The defensive power of the light shield was very strong. Zichen had attacked it several times with the broken spear a few days ago, but there was no reaction. Open up. Everyone retreated as Tyrant strode forward. With a roar, he controlled the demon-subduing pestle, which was the size of a small mountain, to smash down. Terrifying Buddhist power surged, and the light barrier trembled violently under this smash. After that strike, the monk retreated. Longhu transformed into a beam of light and dived down. Then, his tiger claws stomped on the light shield. The light shield shook violently, and ripples appeared on its surface. After that, a group of primordial Dan cultivators attacked with their weapons. Under the bombardment of dozens of Dan essence cultivators, the light barrier trembled even more violently. Moreover, cracks had already appeared on the surface of the barrier, which was a sign that it was about to be broken. Damn it! Stop! In the air, the late-stage nascent core cultivator of the Li family roared. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. However, Zichun had him pinned down. He continued to unleash one powerful attack after another. It was impossible for him to help. If you want to save them, all you have to do is self-destruct your Jindan essence. Zichun responded with a cold smile in the midst of the fierce battle. It was not easy to cultivate to late-stage nascent core realm in this barbarian land without any resources. If such a talent was placed in the overlords of the Bedlam land, he would definitely be able to break through and surpass the nascent core realm. However, even a late-stage nascent core cultivator was an absolute expert in this land. This kind of existence cherished life more than anything else. Naturally, it was impossible for him to self-destruct his Jindan essence. However, when he saw that his family was about to be destroyed, his painful and ferocious expression became even more violent. Boom! In the midst of a loud explosion, the light shield of the Li family was broken. Tyrant and Longhu were the first to turn into a beam of light and kill their way in. The other nascent core cultivators followed closely behind. Sure enough, after they rushed into the Li family, they found that there were still 7 or 8 nascent core cultivators. All of them had a face full of shock and fear. Dozens of nascent core cultivators had already been killed, not to mention these 7 or 8. Therefore, under the attack of Tyrant and Longhu, the 8 nascent core cultivators were all killed. The 2 were very powerful. As long as they were not late-stage nascent core cultivators, all nascent core cultivators had to die. As they went deeper into the Li family, they found that there were still 2 nascent core cultivators at the peak of mid-stage. They had forcefully broken out of seclusion and were only one step away from late-stage nascent core realm. However, the 2 who did not make the final step were also killed by Tyrant's demon-subduing pestle. The nascent core cultivators of the Wang family who followed Tyrant into the Li family were still in a daze. Looking at everything in front of them, they felt as if they were dreaming. More than 10 days ago, they were still facing a disaster. Now, after only 10 days, they had attacked the Li family instead. Everyone, find the Li family's treasury first. Let's go there first. After dealing with all the nascent core cultivators, Tyrant's anxious shout came from the direction of the Li family. Clearly, the greedy tyrant's nature had not changed. In an instant, he thought of the ultimate heritage of the Li family. When the Li family cultivators who were fighting with Zichun in the sky heard this, they wanted to vomit blood. The Li family occupied a large area, and there were pavilions everywhere. Everyone wanted to find the treasury from the many pavilions, but it was undoubtedly a dream. Everyone was like a headless fly, running around randomly. At the crucial moment, Longhu's sole remembrance controlled a nascent core cultivator. Then, under the nascent core cultivator's guidance, they successfully found the Li family's treasury and hid there. This scene shocked the nascent core cultivators of the Wang family once again. The treasury was a 3-story pavilion. There was a nascent core cultivator and more than 10 nascent core cultivators guarding it. Normally, this would be a powerful force. However, these people did not need Tyrant and Longhu to do anything. Wild Wolf and Wu Lu killed them directly. There was also a formation outside the 3-story pavilion. An early-stage nascent core cultivator was directly bounced back. Rays of light flashed around the pavilion. It was only a defensive formation. It did not have any offensive capabilities. "Watch me!" Tyrant shouted loudly. He poured pure Buddhist energy into the demon-subduing pestle. The demon-subduing pestle instantly emitted a dazzling and blinding light. Then, he smashed it 3 times. Amidst the 3 loud explosions, the formation outside the treasury was brutally shattered with a crack. The entire formation turned into energy and disappeared. Then, under a surge of turbulent energy, the door of the treasury was smashed. After the door was smashed, rays of dazzling light were emitted from the first floor of the treasury. All kinds of items were emitting dazzling lights. Dense spiritual energy also surged out crazily like a fountain. After thousands of years of accumulation, there were naturally many good things in the Li family's treasury. Although these things were not very precious in the eyes of Tyrant, who had seen the world, it did not stop him from collecting them. Although his original intention was to find a secret weapon, it was undoubtedly a dream. If there was a secret weapon, they would have used it to fight. Moreover, in this place where resources were scarce, every family had a secret weapon that surpassed an elixir weapon. This was no doubt a miracle. There were 3 floors of the treasury. All kinds of treasures were dazzling. However, under the looting of dozens of people, the treasures in the 3 floors of the treasury were not enough. Everyone quickly finished looting. Moreover, this included the various treasures in the treasury. It could be said that everyone had thoroughly looted. When everyone finally left, the entire 3 floors of the treasury had collapsed. It could be seen how thorough the looting was. Everyone, collect them all first. We will distribute them after we return. The greedy tyrant said loudly. It was rare for him to be fair. However, no one knew if it was because he could not collect the treasures as fast as the others, or because he was jealous when he saw others collecting too much. The treasury had been taken, the Jindan essence had been wiped out, and not even a single Yukong cultivator was left. The Li clan's momentum was gone, and in the sky, the Li clan's Jindan essence had been greatly depleted. If they continued to fight with Zichen, it was possible that they would die today. Just you wait. I will be back. Their momentum was gone. If they continued to stay here, it would be a suicide mission. Therefore, Li family's Dan Yuan left a ruthless sentence and quickly fled with his secret weapon. Leave your secret weapon and your life before you go, Zichen shouted and chased with the thunder hammer. Boom! The thunder hammer danced in the sky like thousands of snakes dancing wildly. It smashed a large piece of space and hit Li family's Dan Yuan. Li family's Dan Yuan used this attack to retreat. However, in terms of speed, Zichen was obviously faster. He directly turned into a golden light and chased after him. Zichen, you are too much. Li family's Dan Yuan shouted and then attacked. The two retreated while fighting. On the other side, after seeing the tyrant and the others leave the Li family for the Tsang family, Tsang family's Dan Yuan's face was ashen. Boom! The sound of the bombardment of the formation rang in his ears. It was like a heavy hammer pounding on his heart, making his heart ache. However, as a late-stage Dan Yuan who had lived for a long time, he was not a sentimental person. This time, he decisively retreated without waiting for the tragedy of the tyrant breaking the formation. As long as there is life, there is hope. This was the Tsang family's Dan Yuan's thought. The Wang family's Dan Yuan naturally would not let go of this opportunity to kill the opponent. He started to chase with his secret weapon. Therefore, in the fierce battle, the two sides were getting farther and farther away from the Tsangli city. The battle in the sky above the city finally stopped. A group of survivors also climbed up from the ruins. It's over. The Tsangli city is over. It's over. The Tsang and Li families will become a thing of the past today. In the ruined city, there were still some lucky survivors. Their heads and faces were covered in dust. They could be considered as witnesses to the destruction of the Tsang and Li clans. At this time, the Tsang family's formation was naturally broken. The tyrant's continuous clamor to find the treasure was also heard. The tyrant and the others went to find the treasure. However, this time, many people chose to stay and did not follow. These people were brought by Wu Lu before. Because their combat power was far beyond ordinary Dan Yuan, there were still 8 people alive. Including Wu Lu, there were 9 people. Go and kill everyone in these 2 forces. Leave no one alive. Remember to be careful. Wu Lu's eyes flashed with cold light. The 8 people nodded and then killed the rest of the Tsang and Li families. In the past, They only killed Dan Yuan and Yukong. Some true energy realm cultivators who resisted were also killed. However, those who did not resist and hid were all alive. This time, under Wu Lu's cold words, they carried out a massacre. In other words, their families were exterminated. P.S. It seems that I owe a lot of chapters, but only one chapter has been returned. I originally wanted to say that there were many things to do this month during the new year, so I would slow down the update and guarantee 2 chapters a day. However, in order to sincerely thank the friends who voted for me and to not lose my poor character, I would only add 3 chapters a day. Chapter 653. The Tsang family's treasury was discovered as expected. The monk rushed in at lightning speed and collected the dazzling treasures. However, it seemed that his speed was not much faster than the others. Moreover, there were many people in the Wang family, so they collected the treasures quickly. Everyone, collect the treasures first. We will distribute them later, the monk shouted again. The battle came to an end. The Tsang and Li families were destroyed, and the Tsangli city was in a mess. This great force that had been passed down for thousands of years had come to an end. Many cultivators in the city were still in disbelief. The people of the Wang family were also in a daze. The Tsang and Li families were gone just like that. Everything seemed too unreal. When Zichen returned, the Tsang and Li families had already turned into a sea of fire. The monk and the others had also gathered. In this battle, they had obtained a complete victory, but their losses were not small. Zichen's side only had 5 ordinary primal core experts left, while the Wang family's side had 20 primal core experts, but they had also lost 5, leaving only 15. However, compared to the Tsang and Li families, this was a great victory. Wu Lu quickly reported the losses of the battle to Zichen. It was still within the scope of control. Zichen nodded. At this moment, a figure flew over from the horizon. It was the Dan primary cultivator of the Wang family. Although he was seriously injured, he still ran into the fluttering snow city's Chu family's territory, said the Dan primary cultivator of the Wang family. Me too. He ran into the martial ancestors' territory. Zichen nodded. This was a great victory, but the 2 strongest cultivators of the family had escaped. This was a great pity. The battle was surprisingly smooth. According to the original plan, it would take 2 days to break the city defense formation and then fight on the 3rd day. However, the Tsang and Li family's cultivators were too conceited and trusted the other forces too much. They always wanted to cooperate with the outside forces, so the battle ended in less than a day. The Tsangli city was already in a mess, so there was no need to stay. The group began to return to Yunxia City. Today, one of the 5 forces had been destroyed. There were 4 more: the Chu family of Fluttering Snow City, the Zhu family of Lingyao City, the Martial Ancestor, and the Gung family of Letian City. The portal to the fringe was still guarded by the Zhu family's Dan Yuan, but this was already the 3rd batch of Dan Yuan. The first batch of 5 primordial Dan experts had all been killed by Zichen. The second batch only had 3 primordial Dan experts guarding this place, but they all died mysteriously one day. They were the 3rd batch and had been guarding this place for more than 10 days. During this period of time, they had only killed a few flight warriors who were trying to leave this area. Who the hell is it that left this area? He's actually able to kill 3 ancestral masters. Isn't he a little too strong? For the past 10 days, the 3 of them had been struggling with this question. Who knows? However, it is clear that the other party has left this place and does not plan to return, another person said. Why? Is there even a need to ask? If they can come back after going out, then why didn't any of the cultivators who left this place come back alive? Even our family's monstrous genius, Zhu Zizong, didn't come back. It is said that the Bedlam lands are very scary. Even sect masters might die there. Zhu family's Dan Yuan said solemnly. But didn't Zichen come back? Zichen, TSK, he did come back, but isn't he also in trouble now? Several forces are already planning to kill him. That's right. With the Calamity Evasion pellet, we have more sect masters on our side. They have too few people. If they don't look for reinforcements, they will definitely lose this battle. Look for reinforcements? Suddenly, the other 2 primordial Dan experts stared at each other with wide eyes. That's right. If he doesn't look for reinforcements, he will definitely die. However, he won't be able to find reinforcements in this area unless he goes to the Bedlam lands, Dan Yuan said again. Go to the Bedlam lands to find reinforcements? Could it be that those three were killed by Zichun? The other two Primordial Dan experts were shocked. That can't be, right? The first Primordial Dan expert's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, a burst of energy appeared not far behind them. The three Primordial Dan experts subconsciously turned around and their expressions changed. In front of them, the teleportation array flashed and 5 figures appeared. All of them were surrounded by powerful Primordial Dan auras. 2 of them actually had auras that frightened the 3 Primordial Dan experts. Between the 2 stood a tall humanoid beast. After seeing the 3 Primordial Dan experts, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a hideous smile, and a black rod engraved with mysterious runes appeared in his hand. In the next moment, they saw the humanoid beast with the rod disappear. After that, they didn't know what happened, but they vaguely heard 3 sounds. The devil ape finally arrived with the main force. This time, there were more than 100 Primordial Dan experts. Among them, there were 30 ordinary Primordial Dan experts and 2 mid-stage Primordial Dan experts. Haifeng was one of them. Other than that, the rest were all powerful Primordial Dan experts who had withstood the heavenly thunder calamity by themselves. After learning about the situation in this area, Wang Qiong began to transfer Primordial Dan experts. These were all the Primordial Dan experts that Wang Qiong could transfer. Moreover, the condition was that Old Turtle had to be there when the big forces attacked. Haifeng, take the others to the designated place. Zichun is there. After killing 3 Primordial Dan experts, the devil ape transmitted a message to Haifeng. At the same time, he also sent a map to Haifeng. Where are you going? Haifeng asked. I'm going to Danyang City. As soon as his voice fell, the devil ape disappeared in a flash. He went straight to Danyang City. In a flash of light, the other Primordial Dan experts were also teleported. Haifeng then led the crowd to Yunxia City. In Danyang City, the Qin and Zhu families had just heard the news of Zhongli City's destruction. The 2 leaders immediately widened their eyes, their faces full of shock. What? Zhongli City was destroyed? Both Zhongli and Li families were annihilated? The Qin family's traitor genius alchemist stood up in shock. How is this possible? Didn't they say there was an inside and outside cooperation? Weren't there dozens of Yufei and more than 10 assassins? So many people couldn't kill Zichun. The Zhu family's Primordial Dan expert was also shocked. The news came that the Zhongli and Li families took the initiative to remove the light shield, and then took advantage of the fact that Zichen's side was exhausted to kill their way out. However, Zichen's side directly self-destructed 8 Primordial Dan experts. The rest of the people's battle strength suddenly recovered, and the Primordial Dan experts who were cooperating with the outside didn't appear. The Primordial Dan expert who reported briefly explained the details of the battle. How could this be? The 2 Primordial Dan experts were in disbelief. Boom! Suddenly, a tremor came from the city, and a surge of energy surged. What's going on? What's going on? The 2 Primordial Dan experts' expressions changed. Then, another explosion was heard. This time, it was accompanied by a cry of pain. Master, it's not good. A human-shaped monster entered the city and is now wantonly killing Zong masters. After the 3rd rumble, a Primordial Dan expert came to report. What? A human-shaped monster is killing Zong masters? Are Zong masters so easy to kill? The 2 Primordial Dan experts glared and turned into streams of light, flying out of the hall. He has a black stick in his hand. He can kill one with 1 blow. The Primordial Dan expert who had just rushed in also chased out. The 2 leaders stood in the air, overlooking the entire Spirit Brilliance city. Then, they saw an ape-like human-shaped monster flying in the city. The monster's speed was very fast, and with a black stick in his hand, he chased after the fleeing Zong masters. Boom! The black stick in the monster's hand fell, causing an explosion between heaven and earth. Then, the 2 Primordial Dan experts' pupils shrank. A Zong master expert was killed just like that. Now, The two primordial Dan experts understood what a massacre was. They understood why there were so many Zong masters, but they were still crazily running away. Damn it! How dare he come here and cause trouble? Close the city gates and open the city protection array. I want to kill him here. The Qin family genius alchemist gritted his teeth. Caca. Amidst the loud cracking sounds, the various city gates of Spirit Brilliant City were closed. A resplendent dot of light rose from the very center of the city before spreading out and descending, forming a gigantic light barrier that protected the entire Spirit Brilliant City. The city protection array needed a long time to be activated. During this time, the monster ape could choose to escape, but he didn't. He just kept dodging and killing. When the city protection array was activated and trapped him inside, he had already killed 9 primordial Dan experts and was rushing towards the 10th. Boom! Another loud tremor. The 10th person was also killed. Then, the monster ape rushed towards the 11th person. Under the stunned expressions of the two leaders, the 11th person was also killed. He killed 11 people in a row. Why is he not exhausted? This was what the two primordial Dan experts were most confused about. Boom! Boom! Then, the 12th and 13th primordial Dan experts were also killed. The human-shaped monster still had a lot of energy in his body. During this time, the group of primordial Dan experts also joined forces to launch several attacks, but not even a hair of the monster ape was harmed. What the monster ape was doing now was a massacre. He killed his way into Danyang City alone and killed a group of primordial Dan experts. Many cultivators below were dumbfounded. When the death count of the primordial Dan experts reached 15, the monster ape was finally exhausted, and his attacks were no longer as sharp. He could only kill one person with 2 strikes. However, before the two primordial Dan experts could get excited, the smile on their faces completely froze. They were stunned, dumbfounded, and then terrified, because the human-shaped monster, who had exhausted a lot of energy after swallowing a liquid that emitted a beautiful light, the huge amount of energy that he had consumed before was recovered in the next moment. Then, he continued to kill, one person with each strike. And what scared the two the most was that the human-shaped monster was only in the flight realm, but he was devouring primordial Dan experts. He had actually swallowed all the elixir essences of the elders he had killed in succession into his mouth. He was eating energy primordial Dan experts like he was eating candy. Such a scene was completely demonic in the eyes of the two primordial Dan experts. Quick! Activate the city protection array. The primordial Dan expert of the Qin clan saw that the situation was not good and also shouted loudly. There was obvious panic in his voice. At the same time, he swooped into the Qin clan and activated the clan's energy light shield. At this moment, all the primordial Dan experts in the city fled to the Qin clan as if they had seen a life-saving straw. After the monster ape killed 25 primordial Dan experts, the huge Danyang city became dead silent. All the surviving primordial Dan experts hid in the Qin clan. Chapter 654. In the dead silence of Danyang City, only the devil ape was standing in the air. Damn it! Where did this monster come from? It's so terrifying. It can blow up a group of Dan essence cultivators while flying. In the Qin family's great formation, a group of Dan essence cultivators were full of horror, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The great formation opened, but the devil ape in the air didn't leave immediately. His eyes were the same as Ziqin's at that time, looking at the tallest and most prosperous buildings. After that, the devil ape turned into a ray of light and entered. All the cultivators who saw this scene couldn't help but think of the word loot. After a quarter of an hour, the devil ape left Danyang City without a word. He didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Another quarter of an hour later, the Dan essence cultivators of the Qin family cried out in pain above Danyang City. Damn it! Where did this monster come from? A big city was attacked by a humanoid monster without resistance, and they became flustered and exasperated. Soon, news came that this humanoid monster was brought by Ziqin and was one of Ziqin's subordinates. Damn it! It's Ziqin again. I'm not done with you. When Ziqin and the others returned victorious, the cultivators stationed in Yunxia City were in disbelief. As the great formation closed and the energy shield disappeared, the group entered the city. It didn't take long for them to take down Songli City, and the news of the destruction of the two families spread. As soon as the news came out, Yunxia City was shocked. The great forces that had stood for so long were disintegrated today, completely becoming a thing of the past. This was a great joy, and Yunxia City celebrated. After returning this time, the Dan essence cultivators of the Wang family looked at Zichun with admiration and awe. In this battle, they were able to smoothly destroy the enemy because of the 8 exploding Dan essence cultivators. In addition, Zichun provided them with Yuan liquid, which provided them with infinite combat power. Of course, Zichun killed the other Dan essence cultivators who came to support, which was also the key to victory. Just as the city was celebrating, a large group of more than 100 Dan essence cultivators appeared in the sky above Yunxia City, casting a large shadow. Such a scene frightened many people, and they hurriedly reported to the experts of the clan. When the Wang family's Dan Yuan heard this, their expressions changed greatly, and then they all appeared. When they saw more than 100 Dan essence cultivators in the sky, they all sucked in cold breaths. Then, they put on an expression as if they were facing a great enemy, Lord Zichun. But in the next moment, all these core essences respectfully called out in unison. The dumbfounded crowd automatically parted, and Zichun walked out from the crowd. He looked at Hei Feng and nodded. Heavens, those people are called Lord Zichun. Are they all Zichun's men? Zichun actually brought over 100 sect masters. Cries of surprise came from the crowd below. All the cultivators' faces were filled with worship and fanaticism as they watched the essence cores land on the Wang family. Soon, the news that Zichun had found another 100 reinforcements spread like wildfire, following closely behind the news of the destruction of the Tsang and Li families. All the core essences entered the Wang family, and many Wang family cultivators were still in disbelief. Zichun had brought over 40 core essences with him when he came, and they were all very powerful. Now, he had brought another 100. At this moment, they finally understood how powerful Zichun was. Where's the devil ape? Why didn't he come back with you? Zichun asked when he didn't see the devil ape in the group. The devil ape said that he would go to Danyang City first and asked us to come here first, Heifeng said respectfully. Danyang City. Zichun was stunned. Then a smile appeared on his face. If the devil ape went to Danyang City, then the Zhu and Qin families of Danyang City would be in trouble. There's no battle recently. Go and rest first. The more than 100 core essences settled down just like that. The Wang family had already cleared out a place for them to stay. After arranging the core essences, Zichun called Longhu over. The core essences of the 20 soul seeds that Longhu had brought were all used up in this battle. The following battle would obviously be more intense, and it was necessary to use the cannon fodder's core essences to exhaust the enemy, so he had to go back and replenish his core essences. Longhu returned on the same day. As for Zichun, he originally had 10 soul seeds, but now there were only 3 left. Logically speaking, he should also go back, but judging from the current situation, he couldn't leave yet. The devil ape and the spirit-devouring rats came back almost at the same time. As soon as the devil ape came back, he took out a lot of resources and primordial stones, piling them up in the room. Obviously, these were the spoils of the battle. After asking the devil ape some questions, Zichun said just as the devil ape was about to leave, "Devil ape, go and call Wu Lu." After the devil ape left, Wu Lu soon arrived. When he saw the materials and primordial stones that filled the hall, he was also stunned. "My lord, these are..." Wu Lu asked doubtfully. "Put these things away, then ask Monk for the spoils of the Tsang and Li families. We'll let Monk keep the things that are useful for now, and you can put away the things that aren't. We'll use them when the battle is over," Zichun said. Wu Lu nodded, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Zichun was willing to let him do this because he trusted him completely. As the light flashed, Wu Lu put away all the things in the hall, and then asked, "My lord, now that we've conquered Songli City, who are we going to fight next?" Zichun thought for a while and said, "We won't be fighting anyone for a while. Let's rest for a while. We might not need to fight next, as they'll come to us on their own accord." After hearing this, Wu Lu pondered for a while and understood Zichun's meaning. He nodded and said, That's right. We've shown a strong battle strength that can destroy an entire force, so they're naturally afraid that we'll defeat them one by one. Therefore, if they want to stop us, they'll have to gather in advance and unite the core essences of all the forces to besiege us. Zichun nodded with a smile. If that's the case, then the next battle should be the decisive battle. The next battle will also be the most crucial battle of life and death, Wu Lu said in a low voice. Zichun had always held the initiative since he came to the barbarian land. This time, he brought people to destroy one of the forces, which intimidated the other forces. Moreover, the demon ape had gone to Danyang City to kill without restraint, so the other forces would definitely take measures. Therefore, the next battle was inevitable. After Wu Lu left, the spirit-devouring rat came in. It had been in charge of gathering information since it came here. In today's battle, out of the 12 assassins, Zichun had killed 11 and purposely let one escape so that the spirit-devouring rat could follow him to the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's base. It's different from the last time. These assassins are indeed cunning, the spirit-devouring rat said angrily as soon as it came in. It had chased the assassins twice, but went to 2 different places. After that, the spirit-devouring rat explained the situation of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's base in detail. Zichun nodded and said, "Don't worry, we still have a chance." The truth was just as Zichun expected. On the 4th day after Tsangli City's destruction, the strongest cultivators of the other forces had already gathered together. The 2 late Primal Core experts of the Tsang and Li families who had escaped last time were also in this group. Although they had lost their families, their own strength and background made it so that no one dared to underestimate them. "Brother Tsang, tell us the details of the battle so that we can find Zichun's weakness," the Zhu family's Dan Yuan said. Everyone present was at the late Primal Core stage, and they still found it unbelievable that the 2 forces were destroyed in less than a day. The Tsang family's Dan Yuan spoke with a furious tone, and one could hear the dissatisfaction in his voice towards his companions. Later, it was proven that it was not that the reinforcements did not come, but that Zichun had turned into an assassin and killed everyone. Therefore, even if the 2 of them were angry, they had nowhere to vent it. "You mean that they self-destructed their primal core as soon as they came?" The Zhu family's Dan Yuan chose to ignore the dissatisfaction in the Tsang family's Dan Yuan's voice and asked directly about the battle. 8 of them self-destructed right off the bat, causing us to lose nearly half of our Jin Yuan. Furthermore, this isn't the first time this has happened. Last time, Zichun also self-destructed his Jin Yuan to restrain Brother Chu. This time, it was the Li family's Jin Yuan who spoke. Self-destructing their primal core? Where did Zichun find such loyal subordinates? And they self-destructed at the beginning of the battle. Is this how the French fights? Asked the Zhu family's Dan Yuan. We don't have to care about how they fight. As for self-destructing their primal core, if we are careful, we may not lose every time, said the Gung family's Dan Yuan. The others nodded. It took time for one's primal core to self-destruct, and since they knew about it, they just had to be careful in the next battle. By the way, Brother Tsang, you said that Zichun's men have a kind of multicolored liquid on them that can restore all of their combat power after swallowing it, said the Gung family's Dan Yuan. I have received accurate information from the Assassin Pavilion. That is a type of essence of very high quality. It can instantly restore one's energy. But according to the assassins, this essence is very expensive. Every drop can be sold for a sky-high price. So, Zichun shouldn't have a lot of it on him. That's right. Our Zhu family once found this essence on the Qin family's boy. Its effect is indeed extraordinary, said the Zhu family's Dan Yuan. This essence is indeed troublesome. If Zichun's men didn't have it on them, we might have won, said the Li family's Dan Yuan as he recalled the previous day's battle. His heart was filled with anger. We can completely rule out essence. This thing is measured in high-grade primal stones. A drop is worth tens of thousands of primal stones. So, Zichun shouldn't have much left. We just need to be careful about self-destructing, but we don't need to worry about the essence. So, the next step is to discuss how to attack Yunxia City. Just as the group was discussing, a primal core walked in from outside and whispered something in the Chu family's Dan Yuan's ear. After the primal core left, the Chu family's Dan Yuan's face paled. What's wrong? The others looked at him in confusion. The Chu family's Dan Yuan smiled bitterly and said, The latest news is that there are suddenly more than 100 primal core cultivators in Yunxia City. They were all brought here by Zichun from the fringe. More than 100 primal core cultivators? Damn it! Where did he find so many primal core cultivators? Hearing this, the others' expressions changed. Chapter 655. The sudden addition of more than 100 primal core experts to Zichen's side strengthened their resolve to join forces. The next step was to discuss the details of the alliance, such as how much primal core each family would contribute and when to launch the attack. This battle is a matter of life and death. I suggest that we use all of our primal core to fight to the death with Zichun, said Dan Yuan of the Tsang family. It was only natural that he would be despised for saying such a thing. Moreover, it was obvious that he was being selfish. Hence, no one agreed with him. If we don't use all of our strength in this battle, we won't be able to kill Zichen. When the time comes, there will be no end to our troubles, said Dan Yuan of the Li family. Using all of their primal core to kill Zichun was an unrealistic suggestion. Unlike the Tsang family and the Li family, they had yet to suffer a great loss. In other words, they still had a way to retreat. As though he had guessed their thoughts, Dan Yuan of the Li family said, when you chose to stand against Zichun, you had no way to retreat. If Zichun doesn't die in this battle, Zichun will continue to recruit and expand from the fringe. When that time comes, you will regret your decision just like the two of us. That's right. We must use all of our strength in this battle. A cold voice suddenly sounded in the meeting hall. Then, a black figure suddenly appeared from the side. A dense killing intent surged from the figure, instilling fear in everyone's hearts. This was an assassin, a late primal core expert. They had no idea when he arrived or how long he had been there. This is the final battle. Either you die or I die. There is no need to leave yourself a way out. In this battle, we, the Assassin Pavilion, will send 30 assassins to assist you. We must kill Zichun, said the assassin. There was an obvious chill in the air as soon as he finished speaking. With the Assassin Pavilion's help, we will naturally mobilize all of our forces. Let's call in the Qin family as well, suggested Dan Yuan of the Zhu family. The Qin family was naturally led by that traitor alchemist. All right, we'll do our best to fight to the death. But before that, we need to take down Yongqi City to prevent them from joining forces with Zichun, said an expert from the Gung family. It was decided that they would do everything in their power to kill Zichen. Now, the only thing left was to deal with the minor details. One day is enough to gather the Dan essence. Tomorrow at this time, we will first attack Yongqi City. Finally, everyone finished their discussion. By the time everyone finished their discussion and gathered their core essences to attack, Zichun had already walked out of Yongqi City. After that, the Qin clan and the Lu clan in Yongqi City also took advantage of the night to leave Yongqi City and head to Yunxia City. On the second day, a group of Dan Origin Realm experts arrived with a murderous aura. They were determined to destroy Yongqi City. However, when he looked at Yongqi City again, there was only a group of dumbfounded cultivators. There wasn't even anyone flying in the air, nor was there any core essence. The city gates were wide open, and the Great City Barrier Array was in a deactivated state. My lord, there's no one left in the Lu family. Soon, a Dan Yuan cultivator who rushed in came out to report. What? No one? Yes, they're all gone, and they took everything with them. The Dan Yuan cultivator continued. Damn it, they must have gone to Yunxia City. They were prepared for this. Fine, we'll kill our way over now. The Dan Origin Realm experts were furious. Moreover, the Lu and Qin clans had gone to meet up with Zichun, which made it more difficult for them to take down Yunxia City. Since they were prepared and chose to join forces, we should go back and have a good discussion. We must be careful in the final battle. The Dan Yuan cultivator from the Zhu clan suggested. Yes, let's retreat first. The other Dan Origin Realm experts agreed. Therefore, under the shocked and horrified expressions of the cultivators in Yongqi City, the Dan Origin Realm experts turned around and retreated. There was no point in attacking an empty Yongqi City. As for destroying this place, it was even more unnecessary. When the news reached Zichen's ears, Zichun just sneered and said, just as I expected, everyone has their own selfish motives. They didn't choose to attack Yunxia City immediately. This is their worst decision. After that, Zichun gathered the late-stage Dan Origin Realm experts of the other three forces. The three of them were all late-stage Dan Origin Realm experts, and each of them had a strong foundation. They were the strongest forces of their clans. Here are 2 bottles of liquefied yuan. You should be able to recover your energy with about 4 drops. Zichun first handed over 2 white jade bottles. Each bottle had about 20 drops of liquefied yuan. The 2 of them had naturally heard of liquefied yuan. They accepted it happily and thanked him. The next battle will be the final battle. The intensity of this battle will be beyond imagination. The 3 of you will have to fight at least 6 people of the same level. Therefore, when you fight with your life on the line, you must be careful. Here are 3 treasured pills. They can save your lives at a critical moment, Zichun said solemnly. Then, he took out 3 jade bottles. This time, it was a jasper bottle. There were 3 treasured pills in the bottles. These belonged to Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, and the others. Wang Qiong knew that the situation here was very serious, so he asked someone to bring them back. The 3 of them took the pills. There was no joy on their faces. Instead, they looked serious because Zichun had clearly told them that the next battle would require them to fight with their lives on the line. Zichun, don't worry. We will not hold back in this battle. We will definitely send out all the Dan Origin Realm experts of our clan. We will fight to the death. The Liu clan's Dan Origin Realm expert was the first to speak. This is a matter of life and death. We know what is important and what is not, the Qin clan expert said. As for the Wang clan's Dan Origin Realm expert, he didn't need to say anything. Zichun naturally knew how many experts there were in the Wang clan. The other forces are preparing. It will take 4 or 5 days before the attack. In these 5 days, try to let more Dan Origin Realm experts break through. For this final battle, I don't plan to let people defend Yunxia City to the death. We will take the initiative to fight. Fight? The 3 of them looked at Zichun in confusion. It seemed that defense was the way to go. Zichun nodded and said, "That's right. We will fight in the open space in front of Yunxia City. We must win this battle thoroughly and with a bang." The other forces hesitated for a few days. During these days, they carefully analyzed the battle strength of Zichun's group. From Zichun, Tyrant, Longhu, to the demonic ape, they analyzed all of them. The results of their analysis surprised them. The experts on the other side seemed to be on par with them. As for the remaining Dan Origin Realm experts, they didn't seem to have much more people than the other side. They didn't seem to have a big advantage in a head-on battle. Compared to us, they naturally don't have much of an advantage. However, with the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, things are different. They are good at assassination, and they are the key to victory. Before the battle, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion had already sent out accurate information that they would send out 30 Dan Origin Realm assassins. In addition, they would also send 2 late-stage Dan Origin Realm experts. In this way, their battle strength was clearly superior. As expected, they delayed for 4 or 5 days. During this time, Longhu also successfully returned with 20 Dan Origin Realm experts. After Longhu returned, Zichun gave the order, "Put the entire Yunxia City under martial law. From now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave." As if sensing the arrival of the final battle, many cultivators in Yunxia City left and went to other places. As for the remaining cultivators, they were all vassals of the Wang family. They chose to live and die with the Wang family. On the 6th day, the Dan Origin Realm experts of the other forces finally moved out and launched an attack on Yunxia City. Zichun had already appeared outside Yunxia City with his people. More than 200 Dan Origin Realm experts soared into the sky, emitting powerful auras. The leader was Zichun. His black robe fluttered without wind as he looked forward with a pair of cold eyes. On his left and right stood the monk and the demonic ape. Next to them were 3 late-stage Dan Origin Realm experts. They looked forward with a murderous aura. Soon, figures appeared on the horizon. The Dan Origin Realm experts of the opposing forces had finally arrived. The number of Dan Origin Realm experts on both sides was about the same, and the number of top experts was almost the same. Everyone must be careful when fighting. There are assassins lurking in the dark. Zichen's powerful spiritual sense spread out and covered all the Dan Origin Realm experts. When the Dan Origin Realm experts of the opposing forces arrived, they were very surprised to see Zichen appear in the sky with so many Dan Origin Realm experts. The two sides were still a few miles apart when they all stopped. Seeing that this distance was just enough for the Dan Origin Realm experts to self-detonate and escape, Zichen sneered. Obviously, they had seen through his self-detonation tactic. Zichen, today is the day you die. In the distance, the angry roar of the Tsang family's Dan Origin Realm expert came from the Tsang family. You can't kill me a few years ago, and you can't kill me now, Zichen replied with a cold smile. You were lucky in the past, but not today. We will crush you with our powerful battle strength, said the Li family's Dan Origin Realm expert, his voice full of hatred. You two have already become stray dogs, and you still dare to talk about your battle strength in front of me? Zichen's lips curled into a mocking smile. The two were furious. After losing their families, they had become generals without an army. It was inevitable that they would be looked down upon. Zichen, it's useless to say more. Let's see what else you can do without your self-detonation tactic. This time, it was the Zhu family's Dan Origin Realm expert who spoke. Zichen sneered. You two are very calculating. You know that I'm good at self-detonation, so you hid from me. However, I don't plan to use it in today's battle, so your move is unnecessary. Haha, it's not that you don't plan to use it, but that you don't have a chance to. Laughter came from the other side. You don't need to be proud. I don't want to use self-detonation tactics. Today, I'll let you see what other tactics I, Zichen, have other than self-detonation, Zichen said coldly. Haha, then I wonder what other tactics you have. The other side laughed mockingly. Round self-detonation technique? Zichen's voice suddenly turned cold, and then he shouted, Do it. As soon as his voice fell, under the ground where the Dan Origin Realm experts were in the air, there was a rumbling sound. Amidst the flying dust, glowing figures rushed out from the ground. Chapter 656. 23 primordial Dan cultivators rushed out from the ground. They were 100 meters apart from each other, and then they formed a large circle. More than 200 primordial Dan cultivators from the opposing forces were right in the middle of this circle. This was the so-called circular self-explosion technique. Damn it, this is... Seeing the 23 people suddenly rushing out from the ground, the opposing primordial Dan cultivators were all dumbfounded and horrified. This was still a self-explosion technique, but it was even more advanced. Moreover, the self-explosion of 23 primordial Dan cultivators seemed to be too much. Disperse, run. A voice that was close to a roar resounded between heaven and earth. It was the order given by the late-stage primordial Dan cultivator of the Zhu family. However, if they were to disperse and run now, it would undoubtedly cause more people to die. In the current situation, they should surround and form a defense. Although there would still be deaths in this way, relatively speaking, there would be fewer deaths. However, in the current chaos, no one could think of this problem, and even if they could, they would not be able to execute it. This was because they came from many different forces and would not sacrifice their own lives to protect a stranger. Boom! A glowing primordial Dan cultivator directly exploded. A burst of destructive energy surged out from his body and then covered an area of 1,000 meters. The self-explosion of a primordial Dan cultivator covered an area of 1,000 meters. This was the conclusion that Zichen came to after directing the primordial Dan cultivators to self-explode again and again. Within this range of 1,000 meters, the energy contained in the middle 300 meters was undoubtedly the most terrifying. However, Zichen made the 23 primordial Dan cultivators stay 100 meters away from each other. In other words, after they self-exploded, the strongest destructive energy could still stack with each other, causing double or even multiple times the original destructive power. Moreover, because they were commanded to rush out of the ground at the same time, the self-explosion of the primordial Dan cultivators would not be more than a breath apart. This way, there would not be any signs of the primordial Dan cultivators being killed before they could self-explode. All of this was carefully calculated by Zichen. In addition to calculating the power of the primordial Dan cultivator's self-explosion, the most difficult part was the direction in which the opposing primordial Dan cultivators stopped. Zichun calculated correctly, and it could be said that he gambled correctly. They were indeed afraid of his self-explosion technique, so they could open up a distance. After the first explosion and the first primordial core self-destructed, another 22 explosions rang out in the world. The sounds that rang out almost simultaneously formed a shocking thunderclap. The destructive energy shattered the void, turning it into a huge black hole with a radius of several miles. All the Jindan essences of the enemies that came this time were instantly swallowed by the black hole. From afar, it looked like a huge beast had opened its mouth and swallowed these 200-odd core realm cultivators. When everyone saw this scene, other than the monk and a group of people who were familiar with Zichen, whose expressions did not change, the expressions of the other elixir realm cultivators all changed in an instant. They became shocked and astonished. Clearly, Zichen had once again demonstrated his power to them, directly making 23 elixir realm cultivators self-destruct. Of course, in the eyes of some powerhouses, they saw something different. That was Zichen's meticulous planning, which allowed the power of the self-detonation of the 23 core essences to be maximized. Will they still be alive? Mournful screams and vicious curses were constantly heard from the black hole. Looking at the incomplete corpses that fell from the black hole, as well as some core essences fragments, some of the core essences twitched and their eyelids twitched. The self-detonation of many core essences in a small area had already formed a superposition of energy. The destructive power it created was too terrifying. After the shock, the group of core essences exuded a strong fighting spirit. Clearly, Zichen's actions had already laid the foundation for their victory. The black hole was suddenly torn apart by a ray of sword light. Then, the core essences of the Tsang family rushed out pathetically. With such destructive energy, even he appeared to be in a difficult position. Moreover, in that instant, when he was surrounded by so much destructive energy, he actually felt the threat of death. Just as the core essences of the Tsang family rushed out, the other late-stage core essences also tore apart the black hole one after another and rushed out. They were standing at the front and were also directly hit by the destructive energy. The self-detonation of the core essences of more than 20 core essences was truly terrifying. However, they were still scattered and did not form a destructive force. Therefore, the few of them were only hit by the energy but not killed. The 6 of them rushed out one after another. Their clothes were torn and their figures were in a difficult position. For this battle, they had carefully studied it for 5 days. During this time, they had thought of various ways that Zichun could deal with it. For example, they could defend, or they could use the Great City Barrier Array to exhaust their energy. However, they had thought of various ways to deal with it. They had never expected that Zichun would actually use such a self-detonating core essences method. Moreover, he had clearly calculated the fear in their hearts and the direction in which he stopped in midair. Previously, because Zichun had directly rushed forward to self-detonate each time he self-detonated his core essences, they had completely overlooked the method of self-detonating from underground. The 6 of them had angry expressions, but they were also vexed. Clearly, they should have thought of Zichen's simple method long ago. However, they had been careless. This carelessness had caused them to suffer heavy losses, which would directly affect the outcome of this battle. However, fortunately, the group of assassins had not been hit by the self-detonating energy. There was still a possibility of winning this battle. The destructive energy in front of them was still surging. Zichun and his group did not immediately launch an attack. They were waiting for the energy to dissipate. The destructive energy lasted for a quarter of an hour before dissipating. Previously, there were more than 200 core essences on the opposing side. Currently, there were nearly 100 who were still able to fight. More than half of them had been killed. Using 23 ordinary core essences to trade for more than 100 core essences on the opposing side. In this first battle, Zichen's side had profited. It was a huge profit. However, what followed next was a real fierce battle. There were no more tactics or techniques to speak of. Everything depended on one's own combat strength. Kill. The core essences on Zi-Chin's side had all spread out and were in attack mode. After Zi-Chin's cold voice fell, they rushed forward to kill. The battle began instantly. However, as soon as the two sides started to fight, many figures appeared from the dark. These were all black-robed men. The moment they appeared, they launched a killing blow. Under the waves of crazy killing intent, the core essences were killed one after another and fell from the sky. As soon as the battle began, these assassins showed their strength. However, in this first sneak attack, they also lost 2 people. These 2 were killed by the spirit-devouring rat. Besides Zi-Chun, except for the monk, the demon ape, and 3 late-stage core essences who did not move, the other core essences had all rushed forward. Even Longhu went to kill the enemy. On the opposite side, the 6 late-stage core essences did not move. The other core essences also spread out and began to participate in the battle. The fierce battle broke out instantly. Core essences began to fall one after another. Some were from the opposing side, and some were from the same side. During this time, the assassins also appeared frequently to kill the core essences on Zi-Chen's side. Moreover, in the chaotic battle, it was easier for the assassins to succeed. Puff. The spirit-devouring rat turned into a white light and wandered around the battlefield. It did not fight with the other core essences. It was only responsible for killing the assassins hidden in the dark. The chaotic battle had broken out, and the entire battlefield instantly opened up. Die. On the opposite side, the late-stage core essences who had not moved suddenly let out a cold shout and rushed forward with his foundation. At this time, Zi-Chin's side also moved. Your opponent is me. The monk held the demon-subduing pestle and blocked the core essences of the Li family. His opponent held a long blade with a foundation. The monk blocked his opponent because he was interested in his opponent's foundation. Meanwhile, Zi-Chun held the thunder hammer and blocked the core essences of the Tsang family. As the lightning flashed, the mountain-sized thunder hammer fiercely collided with the core essences of the Tsang family. After that, the demon ape held the black stick and faced the core essences of the Chu family. The core essences of the Wang family were against the martial ancestors' core essences. The core essences of the Lu family were against the core essences of the Gung family, and the core essences of the Qin family were against the core essences of the Zhu family. Both sides seemed to have a foundation, or something that was not weaker than a foundation. As soon as the fierce battle broke out, the sky here exploded. Everyone, be careful. There are still super strong assassins hiding in the dark. In the fierce battle, the demon ape also transmitted a message to the others. Golden light flashed around Zi-Chun, and a doppelganger appeared beside him. The doppelganger held a blood-red broken spear in its hand. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a golden light and rushed to the distant battlefield. The doppelganger was not useful in a battle of this level, but it was enough for a battle in the early stage of the core essences. This was the last battle, and it was a fierce battle from the beginning. No one intended to hold back. Let me show you the power of your Lord Buddha. After a loud shout, the monk was the first to burst out. Golden light flashed around him, and 2 doppelganger appeared beside him. 2 doppelganger and a monk. The 3 of them simultaneously injected the pure Buddhist power in their bodies into the demon-subduing pestle. The next moment, the demon-subduing pestle emitted a dazzling golden light, and a terrifying aura emerged. Boom! As the Buddhist power surged, the demon-subduing pestle directly enlarged and then fell from the sky, hitting the core essences of the Li family. The demon-subduing pestle slammed into the core essences, and an ear-piercing metallic sound burst out. The core essences of the Li family were hit hard, and the core essences in their hands almost flew out. Roar! After the monk, the demon ape, who had been suppressed all this time, also showed its power. He roared at the sky, and a bloody light flashed in his eyes. Endless black light lingered on the surface of his body. In the next moment, his originally tall and large body suddenly expanded crazily like a giant. A tyrannical aura surged around his body. The black rod tightly gripped in his hand also glowed in the next moment. The various mysterious runes on the surface of his body seemed to have come alive and actually began to squirm. After that, a terrifying aura emerged from the black staff. The giant demon ape held the staff and smashed it down. Boom! With a loud bang, the ice armor on the surface of the Chu family cultivator shattered. At the same time, his entire body flew backward under the force of the demon ape's smash. When his body stabilized, his face was full of shock, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 657. The assassin had been hiding for a long time. As soon as he appeared, he unleashed a killing blow. The cold light made people feel a chill in their hearts. As the murderous intent surged, the assassin's killing blow was already over. Puff! The sharp light instantly cut open the huge body of the devil ape. The assassin who had been attacking from behind had already flashed in front of the devil ape. Humph! This was a late-stage assassin with a strong foundation. After hitting the target, the assassin let out a cold snort. There was a touch of disdain in his sharp eyes. Behind him, the huge body of the devil ape collapsed and turned into pitch-black energy. It fell from the sky like heavy black clouds and spread in all directions. The huge demonic shadow turned into energy. This attack obviously missed. The assassin's expression froze. At this moment, the void beside him broke open. The huge figure of the devil ape strode out. A violent aura surged around him. He held a black rod that had grown to more than 10 meters long. The next moment, he smashed it toward the Danyuan assassin. Boom! The black rod hit the assassin's defense with a thunderous force. It caused a violent energy shock. Then, with the two of them as the center, the destructive energy began to spread. Under the powerful attack of the devil ape, the hidden assassin only managed to block for a moment before he was sent flying. There was still surprise and shock in the assassin's eyes. After flying back 100 meters, his figure merged into the void and disappeared. Delusion Breaker Eye. The red light in the devil ape's eyes grew brighter. It swept forward like rays of light, but there was no trace of the assassin. It looked around again. There was no trace of the assassin. The Delusion Breaker Eye couldn't find the assassin. It wasn't that the assassin had disappeared. It was just that the gap between the two sides was too big. In addition, the assassin's concealment technique was too good. This made the Delusion Breaker Eye unable to see through him. As soon as the assassin hid, the Zhu family Danyuan, who had just been sent flying, came forward with his foundation. He fought fiercely with the devil ape. In such a state, the devil ape's attack power became very strong. It suppressed the enemy who was a higher level than it, showing the power of the sky-splitting battle ape. But at the same time, the consumption of the devil ape in such a state was also terrifying. It was because of this that the Zhu family Danyuan dared to charge again with his foundation, even if it meant getting hurt. Is that so? On the other side, the monk who was fighting with the Li family's Danyuan could be said to have given it his all. He used the Luohan avatar and the 6 syllables of mantra. As soon as the Ma mantra was uttered, a strange and powerful force began to shake the opponent's soul, causing the Li clan's Dan essence to be impacted. Their minds were actually in a trance.
Yes.
Ma was the second word of the 6-syllable mantra, and the first word was the syllable of the mantra. The monk, who had obtained the heritage in the ancient battlefield, had also successfully comprehended the first word of the mantra. Now, with the 2 words of the mantra, not only did the Li family's Jinyuan fall into a trance, its already powerful combat strength was also greatly suppressed. Bang! Golden light flashed and a large shadow fell. The demon-subduing pestle fell from the sky and hit the Li family's elixir core. This attack was full of power and could be considered the monk's strongest attack. After this attack, the 2 clones beside him clearly became much more illusory. The amount of energy consumed by such an attack was unimaginable, but the effects were also extremely powerful. Even though the Li family's Dan essence had neutralized most of the energy, he was still sent flying by this attack and coughed out blood. This was the first time a late-stage Dan essence expert with a strong foundation had been injured since the intense battle began. The other party's face was filled with shock. Clearly, he would have died from such a terrifying attack if not for his foundation. The one fighting Zichun was the Tsang family's Dan essence. The other party's foundation was a long sword that was extremely powerful. Every time he attacked, a sharp sword beam would flash with a terrifying killing aura. Once such an attack hit the body, even a perfect body would not be able to withstand it and would be instantly slashed apart. With the influx of extreme lightning elemental energy, the lightning hammer had already become the size of a mountain. Its surface flashed with a brilliant silver light, like thousands of lightning snakes dancing wildly. It was dazzling and blinding. Zichen's body emitted a resplendent golden light. The pale golden blood in his body circulated wildly, providing him with powerful physical strength. He held the hammer's handle with both hands. With a loud shout, he raised the mountain-sized hammer high and smashed it down amidst endless flashes of lightning. Such power caused the Tsang family's Dan essence's expression to change. The energy in his body surged into the foundation longsword in his hand. The next moment, the longsword erupted with a blinding light. It blocked in front of him with lightning speed, meeting the thousands of lightning snakes. Boom! The heavy hammer smashed down, causing the void to tremble. Thousands of lightning snakes rushed out from the heavy hammer, raging forward. A wave of energy also rushed out from the longsword. The energy between the two constantly collided and canceled each other out. Die! A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes as he let out a loud shout. Extreme energy surged into the lightning hammer once again. With the influx of extreme energy, the lightning hammer's might became even stronger, erupting with an even stronger energy fluctuation. Pong! Under this energy fluctuation, the Tsang family's Dan essence was also shocked as he was sent flying. Zichen and the other two had instantly suppressed 3 opponents. Such a scene made the other 3 feel ashamed. However, they were not in a hurry. They just needed to fight steadily and surely, because there were still assassins hiding in the dark. In the battle far away, Zichen's side had an obvious advantage in terms of numbers. In addition, the spirit-devouring rats were constantly attacking the assassins hiding in the dark, which greatly reduced the pressure on them. They could fight without worry. Therefore, the group of people who had the upper hand began to suppress them. During this time, the sound of Jindan essence exploding could be heard from time to time. Some Jindan essences knew that they would die without a doubt, so they would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Of course, there were Jindan essences exploding from both sides. Under the attack of the spirit-devouring rats, the number of assassins from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was decreasing. Without these assassins who were good at assassination, they could already see the light of victory in the early Dan Essences battle. However, the key to victory was the late Dan Essences who were fighting with their foundation. The current battle was in a state of balance. Swoosh! Suddenly, monstrous killing intent rose again. The sharp sword light made the monk's hair stand. This time, the hidden assassin was obviously going to attack him. The sword light streaked across the sky like a lightning rainbow. The monk's 2 doppelgangers disappeared under this attack. As for the monk himself, he flashed to the side in an instant and dodged the fatal attack. The assassin's eyes were filled with surprise when his attack missed. His figure flashed and he hit again. Roar! However, as soon as his figure disappeared, a deafening roar came from the sky. A beam of light flew to the place where the assassin had disappeared at a speed far faster than lightning. It was Longhu. After he arrived, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stomped fiercely toward the void. Boom! The void shattered with this stomp. Destructive energy spread in all directions. The Dan essences who had just hidden themselves appeared in the black hole. Their faces were filled with shock. Longhu's first attack landed, and the second attack was ready. Just as the assassin appeared, a dragon's mouth opened wide, and the dragon's teeth in the dragon's mouth were as cold as divine weapons. The Dan Essence's assassin's expression changed again and again. The sharp blade in his hand also slashed forward. Clang! However, when the blade hit Longhu's teeth, a loud clang was heard. It did not break. What? Dan Essence's expression changed drastically. The shock on his face became more intense. Then, he used the force from the dragon's teeth to retreat rapidly. Puff! The dragon's mouth pressed down in the next moment. Then, there was a tearing sound. The Dan Essence's assassin's black clothes were torn apart. His chest was also covered in blood. The other party retreated again and again. the shock in his eyes becoming more and more intense. Cold sweat continuously appeared on his forehead. This mount named Longhu had actually almost killed him just now. If he hadn't reacted in time, Longhu would have bitten off his head. Longhu was responsible for killing the early-stage Dan essences. Everyone thought that Longhu was weaker than the devil ape and the others. Plus, he did not have anything comparable to his foundation. Therefore, he could not fight against the late-stage Dan essences. However, after he attacked in an instant and almost swallowed a hidden Dan essence's assassin, no one dared to underestimate Longhu anymore. Seeing this, Zichen only sneered. Longhu was the supreme beast, the king among the ancient beasts. How could such an existence be weak? Whoever dared to underestimate Longhu in battle was courting death. Longhu, behind you. Suddenly, the devil ape's voice sounded in Longhu's mind. Longhu's delusion breaker eye had finally found the trace of the second Dan essence's assassin. Although he only saw a blurry shadow, it was enough to prove that the assassin had revealed himself. After Longhu heard it, he did not turn around. His dragon tail shook in the void, crushing the void. He made a divine dragon tail whip. The void was directly shattered, and the second assassin was shaken out. The assassin's eyes were filled with shock. He had not attacked yet. Bang! Longhu swept the assassin away with his dragon tail. Both sides were evenly matched. At this moment, Longhu was restraining two assassins by himself. On the other side, the battle of the early-stage Dan essences was about to come to an end. The faces of the experts of the opposing forces were already ashen. They realized that they had once again underestimated the strength of their opponents and the resources Zichen's side had. Since the beginning of the battle, the devil ape and the monk had been eating liquefied yuan as if they were eating jelly beans. They were not afraid of consumption at all. They were not afraid of consumption, but they were. After a series of fierce battles, even if they were in a defensive state, their consumption was endless. The scale of victory had begun to tilt, but it was toward Zichen's side. After the last blood-curdling screech, the Dan Yuan cultivators from the opposing forces had all been wiped out. In the sky, only the 8 late-stage Dan essences were left. Chapter 658. Although Longhu was very strong, he was not strong enough to kill 2 people who were stronger than him. He was only holding back the 2 assassins. During this period of time, Tyrant and Zichun had also displayed their might and displayed their strongest battle prowess. They had beaten the Dantian realm experts of the Tsong and Li families to the point that they had no way to retaliate. The few late-stage Primal Core experts were furious because Zichen's reckless fighting style was bullying them. He was bullying them because they had no resources. Moreover, the 2 assassins chose the wrong targets. They should have killed the late-stage Primal Core experts of the Wang, Qin, and Lu families, not the demon ape who was at the peak of the Imperial Flight realm and Tyrant who was at the early stage. Although their realms were very low, their identities were extraordinary. One of them was the famous sky-rending battle ape of the foreign race. The old demon ape that came from his lineage once wielded a black staff and caused the ancient battlefield to tremble. As for the demon ape that obtained the inheritance of the sky-rending battle ape, he was naturally not a weakling when wielding the black staff. As for Tyrant, he knew 2 of the 6 syllables of the Sanskrit mantra. Furthermore, he had obtained quite a number of Buddhist superpowers. In addition to that, he had the devil-vanquishing pestle, which was the supreme treasure of Buddhism. He was often said to be the strongest among everyone. How could he be weak? It was already a miracle that a late inner core expert of the Li clan could survive in the hands of Tyrant. Of course, Longhu's sudden display of power was also out of everyone's expectations. This made Zichen's side gain another expert. It was expected to be an extremely difficult battle, but after the battle started, there were all kinds of twists and turns. It seemed that Zichen's side had the upper hand. They are actually so strong. In the distance, after the battle ended early, the surviving Primal Core experts did not rush to clean up the battlefield. Instead, they watched the fierce battle from afar. Their faces were filled with unconcealable shock and horror. Among them, Zichen, Longhu, and Demon Ape were able to block the attacks of the late-stage Primal Core experts. This was even more unbelievable. Everything in front of them was too illogical and illogical. In everyone's hearts, it was as if they had seen a damned ghost. How could a mere Imperial flight be so strong? Boom. After swallowing Yuan liquefied origin energy for the nth time to recover the energy in his body, Zichun once again unleashed a peak attack that was not weaker than any of his previous attacks. The silver light in the sky was blinding as the lightning hammer fell down like a mountain, smashing into the Tsang family expert. Although the latter had used his foundation to block this attack, he had consumed a lot of energy and his resistance had weakened. He was directly shaken to the point of coughing up blood. Ew. The shock on Tsang family's Dan Yuan's face deepened. Then, he took out many elixirs from his spirit ring and swallowed them. He swallowed a handful of pills, but the effect was not even 1/1000th of a drop of essence liquid. Thousands of lightning bolts surged like thousands of dancing snakes. The lightning hammer once again wreaked havoc, causing a loud explosion. Facing such a powerful attack, the experts of the Tsang family could only continuously retreat, not daring to face it head-on. The battles in other places were not much different from the ones here. Most of them were suppressed. Pooh! The sword gleam flashed and blood splattered. Longhu, who was fiercely fighting two assassins, was suddenly stabbed in the body. The foundation attack shattered several scales on its body. After the scales were shattered, it also injured Longhu's body. Fresh blood dripped from the wound, but it emitted a bright light. Each drop of fresh blood was like a dazzling Xingqian. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Moreover, the dense spiritual energy contained in the dazzling blood was also shocking. This is the blood of an ancient beast. The few Dan Yuan from the land of chaos saw this scene, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The blood flowing from Longhu was the blood of an ancient beast. Didn't that mean that Longhu was an ancient beast? Longhu was an ancient beast. When they thought of this result, they fell into a state of shock. The foundation attack broke through Longhu's defense and injured him. Bright and dazzling blood fell to the ground. After falling, the colorful blood condensed and did not disperse, like pearls. Such a strange scene made many people amazed. Roar. After being injured, Longhu entered a frenzied state. It roared like a dragon and a tiger, and a terrifying aura surged from its body. In the next moment, the scales on its body emitted a dazzling light. The Supreme Beast's aura that had been suppressed before also appeared at this moment. The overwhelming aura that made people feel oppressed also made everyone's expression change. Longhu exploded, and the Supreme Beast's aura appeared. At this moment, it was like a Supreme Beast that was the only one in the world. After showing its aura, its dragon eyes flashed as if it could see the assassins hidden in the dark. Boom! The tiger raised its claws, and the void directly shattered. Then, a figure in a sorry state appeared. It was the assassin who was previously hiding. However, at this moment, his face was full of shock after being blasted out by the attack. Pong! As if it was controlling the rules, Longhu's next attack landed on the assassin's chest like lightning, and the latter was directly sent flying. A line of blood streaked across the sky, and the late-stage primal core assassin was directly injured. Then, Longhu attacked again. The tiger raised its claws and the void shattered, and the assassin appeared in a sorry state. Then, he was sent flying again, vomiting blood. Longhu, who had shown its might, had only attacked 4 times, and it had already injured 2 late-stage primal core assassins. Moreover, because Longhu's attack speed was too fast, even if the assassins had some tricks up their sleeves, they could not completely block this attack. At this point, the 8 late-stage primal core cultivators from the opposing forces were all suppressed, and several of them were injured. The battle had already reached this stage. How could they continue fighting? After looking at each other, everyone had the same thought. After communicating with their spiritual thoughts, they reached a consensus. Then, they turned around and fled. This time, they had gathered all the primal core cultivators from their families to fight the final battle with Zichun. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Their great defeat meant that the major forces had completely lost the battle with Zichun. Naturally, the major forces would not be able to protect their families. However, as long as they were still alive, there was still a chance. Therefore, the 8 of them did not fight with the mentality that they would die. None of you can leave. All of you must die. Zichen's cold expression became even colder as he looked at the 8 people who were running away. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of golden light and chased after them with the thunder hammer. Kill. Then, earth-shattering battle cries rang out. The monk, the demonic ape, Longhu, and the 3 late-stage primal core cultivators also attacked with all their tricks. Amidst the earth-shattering battle cries, the group chased after them again. The other primal core cultivators looked at each other. Today's battle seemed a little too dreamy. However, they obviously could not participate in a battle of such a level. Therefore, after Zichen and his group disappeared, they began to collect the spoils. They had won this battle, but they had also suffered many casualties. Of course, compared to the opposing forces, the losses were too small. During the chase, Zichen repeatedly launched powerful attacks, shattering the void. Longhu, the demonic ape, and the monk also cooperated with each other to launch terrifying attacks. For a time, the void shattered, and black holes appeared in the places where they passed. Such a powerful attack scared the primal core cultivators out of their wits. They ran even faster and faster. Along the way, there were already people who were seriously injured and had to burn their souls. After chasing for more than 1,000 miles, the distance between the 2 parties increased. The figures of the primal core cultivators finally disappeared from the range of spiritual thoughts. Zichen immediately stopped. At the same time, Longhu and the others also stopped in the air. Are we still chasing? The primal core cultivator of the Wang clan asked. We won this battle. The major forces are no longer a threat. As for them, we will spare them for now, Zichen said calmly. Then let's go back to the city, the primal core cultivator of the Wang clan said. Zichen nodded. After chasing for more than 1,000 miles, everyone turned back. When the cultivators saw Zichen and the others coming back, they cheered and jumped for joy. Everyone returned to the city. Zichen had a faint smile on his face as he gestured for everyone to return to the city. The battlefield had been cleaned up. Naturally, the harvest this time was great. All the primal core cultivators returned to the Wang family. In less than a moment, the news of the major forces' complete defeat spread throughout the Yunxia city. Activate the city defense array. After returning to the Wang family, Zichen said indifferently, if we activate the array now, we will win. The primal core cultivators of the Wang family were puzzled. Just because we won against the major forces doesn't mean we won against the assassin pavilion. In order to prevent assassins from sneaking in, it's better to activate the array. Besides, everyone is tired from today's battle. It's better to rest and relax, Zichen said. Now, Zichen was the well-deserved boss. As long as he didn't say that he would destroy the Wang family and Yunxia city, the primal core cultivators of the Wang family would agree to anything. Even if he said that he wanted to marry Wang Xian'er now, they would immediately agree. Thus, the city defense array of the Yunxia city was activated. Seeing the energy shield rising, Zichen nodded and walked into the room prepared for him by the Wang family. Longhu and the others followed closely behind. Don't let anyone else in. Before entering the hall, Zichen left a sentence. Wu Lu nodded and guarded the place with Heifeng. As for Wild Wolf, he was seriously injured in the battle. Just as he entered the hall, Zichen's body became unstable, and he staggered and fell to the ground. The tall devil ape beside him instantly shrunk to the size of a fist, and its originally shiny black fur had now lost its original luster. The monk's expression was no longer excited, and his spirit had become dispirited. After Longhu came in, he lay on the ground and closed his eyes. Although they had a lot of liquefied yuan, it didn't mean that they had endless combat power. Every time they attacked with all their strength, they would use up a lot of energy. This energy consumption was usually negligible, but after swallowing a lot of liquefied yuan, they would use up a lot of energy to launch a powerful attack every time. The accumulation of energy consumption was terrifying. If the enemy primal core cultivators didn't retreat early and continued to fight for a while, there would be a fundamental change in the battle. Chapter 659. Zichen and his group were the only ones in the hall. He didn't want others to know about the secret of consuming so much liquefied vitality. Before they improve their strength, this should be their only weakness. It was too dangerous. If not for Longhu, we would have been finished this time. The monk sat down with his back against a pillar carved with patterns. His withered face was filled with joy. Zichun got up slowly and sat down on the chair with the help of the table leg. Luck played a part in their victory. The fist-sized demonic ape had fallen into a deep sleep. Longhu had also consumed a lot of his energy. The last two attacks had taken a huge toll on him. It was indeed dangerous this time. Although there had been similar situations in the past, it wasn't as obvious as today. Besides, today's battle was much more intense than before. Everyone was under too much pressure, which was also the main reason for their mental exhaustion. Before they could rest, there was a quarrel outside the door. "Let me in." It was Wang Xian'er's voice. "I'm sorry, Miss Xian'er. Lord Zichun is discussing something inside." Wu Lu's voice was heard. Obviously, she had stopped Wang Xian'er. "You're lying. I want to go in." "Miss Xian'er, please don't make things difficult for me." Hearing the voices outside, Zichun forced himself to be alert and said, "Wu Lu, let Xian'er in." Wang Xian'er walked in. After seeing the situation in the hall, her expression changed. She closed the door and walked towards Zichun. "I knew something was wrong when the defender array was activated." "Zichun, what happened to you? Are you injured?" Wang Xian'er walked up quickly with a worried face. "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak. I'll be fine after some rest," Zichun said softly. Then, Wang Xian'er helped the monk up and sat beside Zichun. She poured water for the two of them. In fact, they were only mentally exhausted. After resting for a while, the two of them recovered a little. Then, they sat down cross-legged and circulated their cultivation techniques. This way, they could recover faster. On the second day, Zichun and his group were full of energy. Zichun called Wu Lu over and asked about the casualties in yesterday's battle. Wu Lu told him that, not counting the Jindan essences that had been detonated, the number of Jindan essences lost was close to 50. There were more than 200 primordial Dan experts. Losing 50 and killing 100 could be considered a huge profit. Then, there were still more than 150 left, which was definitely a kind of super strong battle force. Furthermore, 150 primal core experts were more than enough to unify the entire barbarian land. Yesterday's battle was extraordinarily smooth, so the next step was naturally to discuss how to attack the major powers. When it was almost noon, the strongest members of the three families finally couldn't wait any longer. They came to Zichun to ask when they would attack those forces. "Any time is fine, but everyone has more or less suffered injuries in this battle. It's better to postpone it for a few days," Zichun said after thinking for a while. "All right then, we'll attack the other forces in a few days. However, I have to return to Danyang City first and completely reclaim that place," said the Qin clan cultivator. The loss of Danyang City was a great humiliation to the Qin clan. It was actually not an invasion, but a traitor in their own family. And that traitor was also killed by Longhu on the spot in yesterday's fierce battle. It's best not to leave alone. The few primordial Dan experts who escaped are currently missing. If you leave rashly, you might be intercepted and killed, Zichun reminded them. That's right. Those few have a strong foundation and are really a threat. If they keep guarding outside, they will kill every one of us who goes out. Then, we won't be able to do anything to them. The primordial Dan experts of the Qin clan side and decisively gave up on the idea of returning. The major powers were completely defeated in the battle with Zichun. Other than the strongest members of the family who escaped, the rest of the primordial Dan experts were all killed. This news quickly spread to the various families, and the major powers who heard the news immediately felt that the world was dead. The families sent out so many primordial Dan experts, but they were all defeated. Then, only destruction awaited them. Moreover, the primordial Dan experts who escaped actually didn't return. Worried that Zichun would attack with the primordial Dan experts, all the forces activated the Great City Barrier Array. In addition, they also activated the Clan Barrier Array to carry out a comprehensive defense. At the same time, they were also waiting for the experts of the family to return. However, they waited for several days, but Zichun didn't bring anyone to kill them. nor did the experts of the family return. On the second day, after the fierce battle, Zichun left Yunxia City alone. 3 days later, Zichun returned and announced that they could attack the major powers. Can we attack now? After hearing the news, the primordial Dan experts of the three forces were extremely excited. They were extremely excited, so naturally, they didn't notice the little spirit-devouring mouse beside Zichun. In order to defeat the major powers, they had to break the Great City Barrier Array, so Zichun brought enough primordial Dan experts this time. He wanted to break the Great City Barrier Array in one round of attack. After more than 100 primordial Dan experts gathered, the first place they went was the Fluttering Snow City's Chu clan. In the past, Zichun had killed many geniuses and monsters of the Chu clan. The Chu clan had left a deep impression on him because they said that the Chu clan's dignity was inviolable. However, after several years, he returned again, but this time, he brought the primordial Dan army to Fluttering Snow City. After passing through the silent forest, they arrived at Fluttering Snow City. This ancient city that had existed for 10,000 years had already activated the Great City Barrier Array. The deep blue light shield protected all the cultivators and buildings in the city. Zichun and the others appeared in the air, looking down at the light shield below. When the cultivators of the Chu clan in Fluttering Snow City saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Their faces were full of fear, and their courage was almost broken. They had long known that Zichun was a Sky Realm expert, and that Zichun's potential was very high. He was an extremely terrifying existence. They had once thought that if Zichun didn't die, once he broke through to the primordial Dan realm, he would be like Wanderer Piao Miao in the past, guarding the mountain gate of the major powers. If one came out, one would be killed. Therefore, they were afraid of Zichun's growth and thought of all ways to kill Zichun. This kind of imagination was already what they could imagine when Zichun was at his strongest. However, when Zichun really returned, not only did he have powerful battle strength, but he also brought with him an army of primordial Dan cultivators, and they killed their way to the outside of the city. This was something that they would never have imagined or dared to imagine in the past. In Fluttering Snow City, when the cultivators of the Chu clan saw the densely packed primordial Dan cultivators in the air, they were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. As for the original dignity of the Chu clan that could not be violated, it was thrown out of the sky when the primordial Dan cultivators pressed down on the city. If begging for mercy now could save them from death and the danger of the city being breached, these people didn't mind immediately kneeling down and begging for mercy. However, they knew that it was unrealistic. The grudge between them and Zichun had long been irreconcilable. Boom! Thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, and like a heavy hammer as heavy as a mountain, they bombarded the light shield, causing a deafening explosion. The entire Fluttering Snow City trembled under this deafening sound. Countless cultivators fell to the ground because of the shaking of the city. They all stared in horror at Zichun, who was like a demon god outside the light shield. After Zichun launched the first attack, the other primordial Dan cultivators also launched their attacks. The light of the primordial Dan weapons flashed in the sky. They were colorful and surged with a terrifying aura. As the primordial Dan weapons fell, it was as if the sky was filled with a rain of light. Every light rain was a primordial Dan weapon. The energy shield above Fluttering Snow City suffered the strongest energy impact in history. In the loud sound, the light shield began to tremble and distort. After a round of attacks, the light shield trembled violently, and the degree of distortion was also very large. When the second round of attacks fell, small cracks appeared on the entire light shield. The appearance of cracks was a sign that the light shield could not hold on and was about to shatter. The cultivators of the Chu clan were ashen. They didn't expect that the great defensive array would only be able to withstand 2 rounds of attacks before it was about to collapse. When the third round of attacks fell, the cracks on the entire light shield continued to spread. Then, there was a crisp cracking sound, like cracks on glass. When it spread to a limit, it exploded with a boom. The light shield was broken. The cultivators of the Chu clan were filled with despair. Clearly, what awaited them next was death. After persisting for several days, they did not wait for the primordial Dan cultivators of the Chu clan. Instead, they waited for Zichun's primordial Dan army. When the light shield was broken, a group of people charged in. What followed was a massacre. Of course, they did not brutally kill everyone they saw. Instead, they killed the cultivators of the Chu clan. They killed all the way to the Chu clan. The defensive light shield above the Chu clan was still there. However, under the powerful bombardment of Zichun and his group, the light shield did not even hold on for a single round. When the protective array was broken, several cold lights shot out from it and rushed towards Zichun. Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of loud sounds, the cold lights were all shot down. They were all elixir weapons, and the ones holding the weapons were naturally primordial Dan cultivators. There were 7 of them. The fact that the Chu clan still had 7 primordial Dan cultivators surprised Zichun. Then, he sneered. He thought that there should be primordial Dan cultivators among the other forces. As expected, they were not united. Each of them still had their own schemes and treasures. These 7 people naturally could not escape the fate of being killed. However, before they died, several of them used all kinds of vicious curses on Zichun. If curses could kill, you people from the major forces would have died countless times. Zichun only smiled coldly at the curses. He stood in the air, allowing the massacre below to continue. Meanwhile, Tyrant led the others and went straight to the Chu clan's treasury. Compared to killing, Tyrant preferred to loot. In less than a day, the dignified Chu clan was trampled to the ground by 150 primordial Dan experts. Aside from the fact that all the experts of the clan were killed, even the wealth of the clan was completely looted. Other than that, the Chu clan's properties were also looted. The Chu clan was finished in a day. Zichun, who was standing in the air, was filled with emotions. A few years ago, he was just a little guy who fled and hid in order to survive. However, a few years later, he was standing in the sky above this area, standing at the peak. The entire area was under his feet and belonged to him. If this was in the past, Zichun would not even dare to imagine such a scene. Zichun, where are we going now? While he was lost in thought, Tyrant and the others had finished looting and flew up. Chapter 660. By the time Zichun's group left, the Chu clan had already turned into a sea of fire. Fiery snakes wreaked havoc, and scorching waves of fire swept across the area. Through this battle, Zichun had truly witnessed the ruthlessness and extermination of major powers. Not a single member of the Chu clan was spared. This included the cultivators of the Chu clan, as well as other people with the Chu clan's bloodline. Such a scene of extermination and elimination caused Zichun to frown slightly. He felt that there was no need to be so ruthless. After all, they already had the absolute advantage. Moreover, the Chu clan was clearly finished. Not to mention a few decades, they might not be able to rise again even after hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Sir, this is the cruel struggle between major powers. Wu Lu saw the change in Zichun's expression and explained in a low voice. If Milord had not appeared, the ones who would have been defeated this time would have definitely been the 3 families. At that time, the result would have been the same. Leaving behind the bloodline is equivalent to sowing the seeds of hatred. These seeds may be insignificant in the beginning, but when they grow into towering trees and multiply into a dense forest, they will bear the consequences. Wu Lu's explanation was straightforward and easy to understand. Moreover, Zichun was not stupid, so he quickly understood. He could only sigh. As expected, only when their interests were threatened would the major powers be able to see the long term. Zichun's second target was the martial ancestor. The martial ancestor had a very special meaning to Zichun. The Nimbus martial ancestor he was previously in was a branch of the martial ancestor. Accurately speaking, Zichun could also be considered as one of the martial ancestor's people. Unfortunately, in the end, the martial ancestor destroyed the Nimbus martial ancestor, and from that moment on, Zichun began his life of running for his life. After killing the sect leader of the Nimbus martial ancestor, the revenge of the Nimbus martial ancestor could be considered to have been partially avenged. The next step would be to destroy the entire martial ancestor. Only then would he be able to take revenge for the Nimbus martial ancestor. On the way to the martial ancestor, Miao Kong's mood was very complicated. It could be said that he both respected and hated this sect. He respected it because his master, elders, and relatives were here. However, when he returned this time, he knew that his master and family were no longer there. The elders of this sect were all either dead or injured. The entire martial ancestor had already become the world of another sect. There was no place for him to stay. The only thing he remembered in his heart was hatred. The martial ancestor was only a faction, not a clan. Although on the surface, Zichen's group had arrived at the martial ancestor, and there was nothing special about it compared to the original floating snow city, and the sect protecting formation was also activated. However, when the formation was broken, Zichen's group saw a scene that left them dumbfounded. After the formation was broken, a gust of air filled with the thick smell of blood soared into the sky. Below them were originally neat buildings and pavilions, but now more than half had been destroyed. Dead cultivators could be seen everywhere on the ground. Moreover, when Zichen's group broke the formation, there were still people fighting fiercely, and the sound of energy fluctuations constantly rang out. The sound of the formation being broken reached the ears of the two Dan essence experts. The two of them raised their heads and glanced at Zichen's group. Their expressions changed drastically, and then they lowered their heads to look at each other again. Their faces were filled with deep hatred and resentment. At this moment, the two of them actually ignored Zichen's group. It was as if their hatred was so great that they did not fear death. Do you see that? Zichen is killing his way here. You damned bastard. If you had let us leave earlier, we wouldn't have died here. Moreover, we would have been able to accumulate strength and take revenge for the martial ancestor in the future, roared one of the Dan essence experts. His voice was filled with resentment. It's all your fault. If you hadn't caused trouble, we would have been able to control the sect protecting formation and hold on until the experts of the clan returned. It's all your fault for killing these people and letting Zichen in. Furthermore, as a member of the martial ancestor's bloodline, we have to live and die with the martial ancestor in times of danger. You want to leave? Dream on, shouted the other Dan essence expert. A trace of madness appeared on his face. Up in the sky, Zichen's group listened quietly. Clearly, they had already figured out what had happened in just a few sentences. Live and die together? Bullshit. Don't think that I don't know what you've been doing behind my back. The Dan essence expert's expression became hysterical. There was also madness on his face. However, before he could finish speaking, the body of the other Dan essence expert exploded. He had actually chosen to self-destruct. The destructive energy instantly engulfed the first Dan essence expert. Then, it spread out to a radius of 1,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters, all the buildings exploded and were reduced to nothingness by the destructive energy. In the sky, Zichen's group watched all of this coldly. The martial ancestor, a late Dan essence expert, had yet to return. After hearing the news of their great defeat, the martial ancestor was already in a state of chaos. Before they could attack, they had already begun to kill each other. Furthermore, no one was maintaining the sect protecting formation. Before the first round of attacks had even been completed, the formation had already been broken. As for the martial ancestor, it was all over. This is the difference between a sect and a family. In a family, there are direct descendants and bloodlines. Almost all the people in power are direct descendants. Therefore, when the entire family is in danger, these direct descendants and bloodlines will unite and form an iron plate to destroy the enemy together. Although there are direct descendants and various elders in the sect, there is no unified bloodline between the two sides. Without the strongest person to hold the fort, and with external enemies invading in a precarious situation, chaos is inevitable. Wu Lu's voice came from behind Zichen. The most unfathomable thing in the world was human nature. People's thoughts and values were different, so naturally, their thoughts were different. Therefore, at this moment, the martial ancestor was in a state of chaos. Some people stood for loyalty, while others chose to avoid the brunt of the attack. However, Wu Lu's words were not absolute. The direct descendants of a family were not necessarily united. There were also exceptions. This was not absolute, such as the Shangguan family and the Danyangqin family. However, Wu Lu's words were absolutely reasonable. In most cases, The unity of the direct descendants was higher than that of others. Therefore, a family was more reliable than a sect. Come, follow me to the martial ancestors' treasure house. Whether it was a family or a sect, unity or rebellion, the monk did not care. After he called out, he took the lead and rushed down to the martial ancestor to find the treasure house. After that, the people on Zichen's side followed the monk. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. On the other hand, the experts of the Wang, Qin, and Lu families led the other elixir essences to kill the martial ancestor and the others. Whistling sounds were constantly heard. Figures flew down and started a massacre. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed elixir essences in the sky became sparse. In the end, only 2 people were left. One was Zichen, and the other was Wu Lu, who was standing behind him. As for Wang Xian'er, she knew that there was going to be a massacre. As she hated killing, she did not come at all. Why don't you go? Zichen asked, but did not turn around. There are already so many people. It doesn't matter if I am one less. Moreover, even if I find something good, Lord Monk will not give it to me. As for the other useless things, he will still give them to me. Wu Lu smiled casually. Zichen did not continue speaking. Wu Lu was also silent. Looking at the messy martial ancestor in front of him, he suddenly thought of the heavenly barbarian pavilion that he had created. With him around, the heavenly barbarian pavilion was still very strong. However, what if there was a problem with his Aurus core formation? If there were no external enemies, perhaps the heavenly barbarian pavilion would not change. However, what if there were external enemies? His original intention was to let the barbarian pavilion rise and create a stable place for everyone to cultivate. However, it seemed that he was looking for trouble. Wu Lu could vaguely guess the troubles in Zichen's heart. However, he did not know what to say, so he remained silent. At this moment, Zichen was thinking about the main members of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. They were Tyrant, Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, Wu Mo, Devil Ape, Long Hu, and the most powerful Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise was the strongest fighting force in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. With him around, no one would dare to have any ideas about the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Moreover, he could not only intimidate the outside, but also the inside. Although he could not unite everyone, he could intimidate them. As for Wang Qiong, his fighting strength might be weaker than Tyrant, Devil Ape, and the rest. However, in terms of intelligence and analysis, the 2 of them combined could not compare to Wang Qiong. With him around, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion would naturally have no worries. As for fighting strength, Devil Ape, Tyrant, and Long Hu, once they grew up, they could make the entire chaotic land tremble, perhaps the entire barbarian land, or even the entire Tianwu continent tremble. Therefore, with such fighting strength, it would not be a problem to protect the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. With a suitable leader, experts with great potential, and the strongest expert in charge of intimidating, it seemed that the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion would be able to operate well without him. At the very least, it would be able to operate well for 1 generation and become an overlord force, standing tall in the chaotic land for thousands of years. After thinking through these problems, Zichen suddenly chuckled. He had been worrying too much. How could a mere martial ancestor compare to his Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion? Furthermore, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion still had a bunch of brothers who had gone through life and death with him. Even if there was a problem with his core formation and he was no longer in this world, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion could still be established for 1 generation. As for a 2nd generation, it seemed that he had been looking too far ahead. Behind Zichen, Wu Lu could clearly sense the change in Zichen's aura. The pressure from before had relaxed, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Wu Lu knew that Zichen had thought things through. Just as a smile appeared on Zichen's face, Monk shouted excitedly from below, "Found the treasure vault! Found the treasure vault! Quickly open it and take everything away!" Then, with a loud bang, the treasure vault was blasted open. Monk took the lead and rushed in, followed by Devil Ape, Monk, and Spirit-Devouring Rat at lightning speed. It seemed that they had followed Monk and slowly fell in love with the business of looting. The martial ancestor was destroyed. In one day, 2 great forces were destroyed. The barbarian land was in complete chaos. However, this was not the end. The chaos had just begun. Then, Spirit Brilliant City was breached, and the Zhu family was destroyed. All the members of the Zhu family were killed, and the Zhu family turned into a sea of fire. The Danyang Qin family was also successfully conquered. All the traders of the Qin family were killed, including all the members of the Qin family's bloodline. A few days later, news came that Letian City had been destroyed, and the Gung family had also been destroyed. Moreover, before the three factions could kill the Gung family's main bloodline, they were all killed by the other factions that were eyeing Letian City. At this point, other than the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion and the mysterious Radiant Moon Pavilion, all the opposing forces in the barbarian land were destroyed. Chapter 661. Under such circumstances, the Savage Land was unified by Zichen. This was another event that shook the Savage Land since the Wuji sect was destroyed 10,000 years ago. Zichen, this was a name that carried a sense of wonder from the moment he was born, bringing miracles to the world one after another. He had transformed from being hunted down, and along the way, he had always been able to fight and kill opponents above his level. Today, the miracles he had created could almost be written into an epic that would be recorded in the Savage Land. After unifying this area, the group returned to Yunxia City. The entire city was celebrating. There was no doubt that the Wang family of Yunxia City would be the strongest force in the Savage Land. Cloud City would be the most popular city in the entire barbarian land, without a doubt. After a short period of excitement, the experts of the three forces regained their senses. Their faces were once again filled with worry. They were now worried about two things. The first was the whereabouts of the 8 late Primal Core experts. In the previous battle, they were only injured but did not die. However, in the subsequent battle, they did not appear. Now that they had unified the Savage Land, there were still 8 powerful experts that had not been killed. Moreover, there was still the Killer Pavilion, a powerful force backed by the Killer Alliance. It did not seem like they had suffered a great loss. As for the second matter, it was more long-term. That was, where would Zichen go after unifying the land of savages? Would he return to the Savage Land and leave the Savage Land to the three forces? Or would Zichen establish his own force here and split it among the 4 forces? Or would Zichen rule alone? However, the matter of the Killer Pavilion had not been resolved. Naturally, they would not be so foolish as to bring this problem to the surface. Instead, they buried this problem in their hearts because they still needed to rely on Zichen's strength to suppress the Killer Pavilion. After the destruction of the few major forces, the rest of the smaller forces in the Savage Land were secretly celebrating because their chance to rise had come. Because the assassins of the Killer Pavilion had not been dealt with, the three forces only destroyed the other forces but did not continue to attack the cities they were in. Therefore, in the cities that had not been conquered, the smaller forces had already started to fight for resources. My lord, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion should be the only one left in the entire barbarian land. I wonder if my lord has thought of a plan to deal with them? Wulu had been following Zichen for a while now, and it was obvious that he had gained Zichen's trust. He no longer held back when he spoke, and his courage had grown a lot. It should be a fierce battle. Remind everyone to be careful when the time comes, Zichen said. Then, sir, have you thought about what to do after conquering this place? Wulu asked again. You're right. Zichen looked at Wulu. It seems like the three clans can't sit still any longer. The Assassin Pavilion hasn't been taken down yet, but they're already worried about this problem, Wulu said honestly. What do you think? Zichen asked. Wulu's lips curled into a disdainful smile. This barbarian land has neither resources nor legacies. It's such a big place, but it doesn't even have a single mineral vein. Compared to the Bedlam lands, the difference is like heaven and earth. The major forces in the Bedlam lands have not taken the initiative to attack the barbarian land in the past 10,000 years. They have not taken this place seriously, so there's nothing for us to miss here. Wulu continued, in this place that can be considered a wasteland, I'm afraid that only those who were born and raised here and have never been to the outside world would value this place so much. Wulu's meaning was clear. There were no resources here, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thin. It would be very difficult for experts to come out. Moreover, when Zichen founded the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, he had the intention of letting the barbarians go out and cultivate there. Compared to here, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Bedlam lands was denser, and there were more resources there. The possibility of barbarians rising there was also higher. Zichen smiled and did not say anything. The barbarian land had a special meaning to him. Besides being the pavilion master of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, he had another identity. He was the successor of the Wuji sect. Although Elder Imo had never asked for anything, Zichen knew that Elder Imo had always wanted to establish the Wuji sect. The Wuji sect's original base was in the barbarian land. Let's talk about this after we take down the killer pavilion. Zichen waved his hand, and Wu Lu left the room respectfully. In the living room, Zichen sighed softly. How could Zichen not know what the three forces were thinking? It was just that he was hesitating now. Zichen stayed in the room for 3 consecutive days and did not appear. Some of the 3 core experts could not wait any longer and took the initiative to look for him. Zichen, what's the situation with the killer pavilion? Are there any traces of them hiding? The moment he entered the room, the Wang family's core expert could not wait to ask. The other 2 also looked at Zichen. So far, we've already found 2 of them. However, it's clear that there should be other hiding places. Get everyone to prepare. Once we find the 3rd hiding place, we'll set off and annihilate the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion in one fell swoop, Zichen said. After destroying a few major forces, the spirit-devouring rat left to monitor the killer pavilion's base. He had not made a move for the past few days because he was waiting for the spirit-devouring rat to return. Once it brought news of the assassin's base, it would be the time for them to attack the killer pavilion. Soon, another 3 days passed. Zichen still did not appear in the room. On the 3rd night, the spirit-devouring rat returned. There is indeed a 3rd hiding place, and there is a core expert guarding it. The spirit-devouring rat reported to Zichen as soon as it returned. Its tone was solemn. They are all in the late core realm. Zichen frowned. The spirit-devouring rat's words meant that it was not an ordinary core expert. Yes, and the few guys who escaped earlier have also arrived at the killer pavilion. They should be recuperating now. I'm afraid of being discovered, so I didn't dare to investigate further, the spirit-devouring rat said. Zichen nodded. The few of them did not appear. He guessed that they had gone to the assassin's base. Since they had found the place, it was time for the final battle. Wu Lu, go and inform the 3 forces to head to the killer pavilion in 3 days. Zichen's voice rang out in Wu Lu's mind. Soon, Wu Lu spread the news. Not long after, the 3 of them came to inquire. We've found all 3 hiding places. When the time comes, we'll directly attack one of them. It just so happens that everyone is there, and we'll have a final battle of life and death. Zichen paused for a moment and said, "Oh right, you guys send someone to spread this news? Why do we have to spread the news? Shouldn't we attack when they are unprepared?" The Lu family expert asked. They have 3 hiding places. Once we split up, our battle power will be greatly reduced. Therefore, we have to spread the news and gather them for the final battle. Zichen explained. Regarding this explanation, although the 3 of them had their reservations, Zichen's previous commands had never been wrong, so they could only choose to trust him unconditionally. Before the sky brightened, the news of Zichen bringing people to attack the killer pavilion had spread. Zichen wants to attack the killer pavilion. Could it be that he knows where the killer pavilion is? Is this the final battle? Zichen is finally going to fight the assassin. I wonder who will win this time. Very soon, the news spread throughout Yunxia City. Moreover, after the sun had risen, it quickly spread out as well. The assassins of the killer pavilion were spread all over the savage land. Other than the experts, there were also some ordinary intelligence personnel. They spread the news as fast as they could. Humph, he dares to attack us. He is simply courting death. This time, we will make sure that Zichen will not be able to return. An angry voice came from the upper echelon of the killer pavilion. 3 days later, Zichen gathered the Dan Yuan again. Looking at the 150 Dan Yuan experts, Zichen said coldly, "Gather all the Dan Yuan experts." "Sir, our Dan Yuan experts are all here," Wu Lu said loudly. Zichen's gaze swept past Wu Lu and landed on the three strongest Dan Yuan experts. He said solemnly, "In this battle, we will be facing the Killer Pavilion, which has the support of the Killer Alliance. Although it is only a small portion of the experts, we must be 120% alert and focus all our energy. This battle will be a battle of life and death. If we leave a way out, we will lose this battle." When the three Dan Yuan experts heard this, their expressions changed. Zichen's lips curled into a mocking smile. "If we lose this battle, you should know the consequences." The faces of the three instantly turned ugly because they thought of the consequences if they failed to destroy the forces. This time, they did not hesitate and called for the other Dan Yuan experts. These were the Dan Yuan experts who had broken through to the Dan Yuan realm with the help of the Tribulation Avoidance Pill. There were more than 20 of them. Zichen's gaze swept across the 180 Dan Yuan experts. He then said coldly, "The next battle will be a battle of life and death with the assassins of the Killer Pavilion. If we win, this area will be ours. If we lose, this area will belong to the Killer Pavilion." Zichen's voice became even colder and louder. "As for the consequences of failure, you should know best. That is annihilation. You will not be unfamiliar with this because you have done the same thing to the losers a few days ago. Therefore, in the next battle, think about what is behind you. In this battle, there is no tactical command. I only have one word to tell everyone: fight. If the enemy is too strong, and you know that you will die without a doubt, I advise everyone to self-destruct and drag the enemy down with you. Because if you are killed by the enemy, and you don't kill the enemy, it is very likely that the person who killed you will also kill your comrades, kill your companions, and finally come here to kill your blood relatives and wipe out the bloodline of your clan. Therefore, it is fine if you die in battle. However, if your death brings harm to your entire clan, you should be able to imagine how serious the consequences are." Chapter 662. After raising their morale, the next step was to distribute the liquefied yuan. Zichen gave each inner core cultivator a drop of mid-grade yuan liquefied yuan. In a fierce battle with so many inner core cultivators, one drop was enough because no one would give them the chance to consume a second drop. If they couldn't kill the enemy after consuming the yuan liquefied, they wouldn't be far from death. Of course, it was best if they didn't die in battle, especially the inner core cultivators who came with Zichen from the Bedlam lands. Their duty wasn't to take down this place at the cost of their lives, but to return and guard the barbarian land. If everyone died here, Zichen would undoubtedly suffer a heavy loss. After careful consideration, Zichen had decided to give up on the barbarian land. Apart from not wanting to offend the three factions, the main reason was that he didn't have the energy to establish another faction. Therefore, when Zichen asked Wu Lu to distribute the yuan liquefied, he gave each inner core cultivator a special elixir. Although the elixir's effect couldn't be compared to that of a treasure pill, it was refined with the help of a treasure pill and the blood essence of an ancient beast that could restore vitality. It was equivalent to a treasure pill with a greatly reduced effect. If used properly, it could save lives at a critical moment. After the distribution of the yuan liquefied, everyone set off. This time, Zichen led the inner core cultivators straight to the encampment of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion with the most late-stage inner core cultivators. Seeing nearly 200 inner core cultivators flying over Yunxia City, many cultivators in the city cried out in alarm. Just as the group of people disappeared into the distance, the news of them leaving Yunxia City to attack the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion was also secretly spread. Compared to the Bedlam lands, the barbarian land was like a sesame seed on a round pancake. In the Bedlam lands, it was easily hundreds of thousands of miles, or even millions of miles. But here, the two factions were only separated by tens of thousands of miles. The news was quickly spread to the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's encampment through secret means. Zichen is really bold. We haven't even found him for trouble yet, but he's already here with his people. When the late-stage Primal Core cultivators heard this, they sneered. Zichen had led all the Primal Core cultivators on the move. Furthermore, they were heading straight for their base. It was obvious that they knew where they were hiding. Our base has been exposed, and Zichen will be here soon. They haven't recovered from their injuries, and we can't stop Zichun with just the few of us. Should we call the others over? Another assassin asked. The last battle was due to our miscalculation. If we had held on for a while longer, Zichun and the others would have exhausted their mental strength to the limit. At that time, we would have died without a doubt. However, this is also good. Zichun obliterated these forces, which is equivalent to clearing out the savage land ahead of time. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the primal core cultivator. Go and call the others over. This time, we will kill Zichun in this battle. We will destroy his forces and unify the savage land. The assassin behind him shook his head. We thought that we could easily take over this place without spending a single soldier. We thought that we would be able to leave these forces behind and become targets for future assassins to train in this place. Who would have thought that Zichun would appear out of nowhere and completely mess up our plans? However, he's just unlucky. Such a powerful sky-level cultivator died before he could grow up. Humph, this is the place that the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance has set our eyes on. It's lacking in resources, so it can become a training ground for assassins. In this battle, Zichun will definitely die. Oh right, call only the late-stage primal core cultivators over. The rest of them will stay there. Only the late-stage primal core cultivators can decide the outcome of this battle. The assassin of the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance quickly went to report to the late-stage primal core cultivators of the other two camps. Clearly, the two sides were going to have a decisive battle in this battle. Either one of them would die. Moreover, Zichun had already set off. If he was fast enough, he could arrive here in half a day. Time waits for no one. The battle could break out at any time. Therefore, the people of the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance endured the pain and gave high-priced elixirs to those who were seriously injured. One of them, who had consumed a lot of his soul spirit, was even given a precious elixir. Clearly, for the final battle, they were going all out. Today, we must kill Zichun. Then, we will completely destroy the three forces. Leave no one alive. After the primal core cultivators of the big forces recovered from their injuries and found out about the final outcome of their forces, they were also extremely furious. Their bodies were also surging with crazy killing intent. The hatred of the extermination of their clans was absolutely irreconcilable. Moreover, after knowing that there was something fishy about the battle that day, and that they could have turned the tables if they had held on for a little longer, they were even more furious. Die. This time, Zichun will definitely die. After knowing the secret of consuming a large amount of yuan liquid, they were even more confident in killing Zichun. The distance from Yunxia City to the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's encampment was only tens of thousands of miles. At top speed, they could reach it in half a day. However, the people who were already prepared waited for an entire day with murderous intent, but Zichun's group still hadn't arrived. Damn it, why isn't he here yet? The group of experts was furious and sent people to investigate. After an hour, the news came back. After leaving Yunxia City, Zichun's group had only traveled tens of thousands of miles before stopping to rest. What is Zichun trying to do after traveling tens of thousands of miles? The people didn't understand. When the other two encampments' late primal core cultivators heard that Zichun had come to kill them, they also hurried over. Now, the number of late primal core cultivators on their side had exceeded 10, reaching 14. Of the 14 late primal core cultivators, 10 of them had strong foundations. Such a battle force could be said to be extremely terrifying. Once the two sides started fighting, Zichun's side would definitely lose. With such a powerful battle force, it was reasonable to say that they should rush up without any hesitation and use their foundations to kill Zichun's group. However, after the previous battle, they knew that Zichun was extremely crafty and cunning. Previously, he had said that he would fight to the death, but now, he had only traveled tens of thousands of miles. There must be something fishy going on. Therefore, even if their battle force could completely suppress Zichun, they didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. A day passed quickly. The next morning, the group continued on their journey. This time, they still traveled tens of thousands of miles. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, they stopped again under Zichun's signal. Although the primal core cultivators didn't know what was going on, no one dared to ask. As for the assassins of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, they were completely confused by Zichen's method of traveling tens of thousands of miles every day. On the third day, Zichen still traveled tens of thousands of miles. Following this, they were only 2 days away from the encampment of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. Traveling tens of thousands of miles every day, what is Zichen doing? It doesn't matter. There are still 20,000 miles left. The 14 of us will kill our way there and directly annihilate them. The group of experts became very angry. The feeling of waiting was very unpleasant. They were all clamoring to go and kill Zichen. Zichen is full of tricks. He might be baiting us by traveling tens of thousands of miles every day. He might have set up an ambush somewhere. We can't be fooled. Let's wait here and let Zichen deliver himself to us. In our territory, he won't be able to play any tricks. He can only fight us head-on, and that will only lead to death. The primal core cultivators calmed the agitated crowd. On the evening of the third day, the spirit-devouring rat that went to scout for information returned. It told Zichen that the other 2 late-stage primal core cultivators had already left to meet up with the others. Based on their current speed of 10,000 miles, they still had 2 days to reach the encampment of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. Is everyone here? Then let them wait for 2 more days. 2 days later, Zichen finally arrived outside the encampment of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. It was a forest with lush trees. There were even demonic beasts in the forest. It did not look like an assassin's encampment at all. Instead, it looked like an untouched ancient forest. This is the encampment of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. The 3 primal core cultivators looked at the empty forest, their eyes filled with disbelief. It's one of the encampments, Zichen corrected them. Turning around, Zichen swept his gaze forward and said coldly, "Since you're already here, why hide?" Haha, it's indeed Zichen. You're in such a hurry to die. Wild laughter rang out between heaven and earth. Then, 6 figures rushed out from the dense forest below. These 6 people were the primal core cultivators of the 6 forces. They had already recovered from their injuries. When they appeared, they already had their trump cards. You've recovered from your injuries. Looking at the 6 people who were in peak condition, Zichen's pupils shrank. Haha, thanks to you, we just recovered yesterday. The primal core cultivator of the Tsang family sneered. As expected, Zichen's face turned ugly when he heard this. What? You knew you were going to die, so you left the other primal core cultivators behind. Only the few of you came to die. The primal core cultivator of the Li family sneered. According to the news, Zichen had brought close to 200 primal core cultivators here. Now, there were only 7 of them in front. Humph, they went to the other 2 encampments to fight. I think they've already taken care of them. Zichen's expression was obviously more resolute. As expected, our encampments were discovered by you. But so what? Even if we lost the other 2 encampments, as long as we kill you, they'll still die. A voice rang out from the darkness. Then, an assassin appeared. 6 late-stage primal core cultivators and 1 more assassin. Zichen's eyes flashed slightly. Then, he said, only 7 of you? It's useless. Last time, 8 of you were almost killed by us. If there are only 7 of you, then you're dead for sure. Bah, Zichen, what kind of trick are you playing? Don't think we don't know. Last time, you chased us so hurriedly because you swallowed a large amount of primal core liquid. You used up a lot of your spirit. If we had held on for a while longer, the 4 of you would not have been able to hold on. Hearing Zichen mention the battle last time, the primal core cultivators of the Zhu family became angry. After they finished speaking, they clearly saw the expressions of Zichen and the other 3 change. Then, Zichen shouted, "Nonsense. We have endless battle power." Haha, endless battle power? Who do you think you're lying to? Seeing the change in the 4's expressions, a sinister laugh came from the other side. It was indeed so. Now that they were determined to win, the regret in their hearts rose to the extreme. Humph, so what? It's 7 against 7. The first ones to die should be you. Zichen once again gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "Haha, 7 against 7. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Look carefully, this is not 7 against 7. Amidst the sinister laughter, another figure appeared from the darkness. The number of late-stage primal core cultivators had increased to 8. Then, another figure appeared. Then, a 9th and a 10th. Chapter 663. Have you seen clearly? Is it 7 against 7? Hideous laughter sounded from the opposite side again. Seeing the fear on the faces of Zichun and the rest, they were all pleased with themselves. You have so many people. Because of fear, the voice of the Wang clan's Dan Yuan had already begun to tremble. The expressions of the other two were not much different from the Wang clan's Dan Yuan. If it was 7 against 7, they still had a chance of winning. Even if it was 7 against 8, they would not lose. But now, it was 7 against 14. And looking at the 14 Dan Yuan experts on the other side, 10 of them actually had their own trump cards. What kind of concept was this? This meant that in the instant when the two sides fought, at least one Dan Yuan expert would be attacked by 3 trump cards and 4 late-stage Dan Yuan experts at the same time. Who could withstand such a powerful attack? Who could survive? The expressions of the 3 had already reached the extreme of fear. Their bodies were trembling involuntarily, but they still hoped that they would be lucky. They wanted to see if Zichun had predicted this scene and if there was a way to resolve it. But after turning their heads, the 3 of them were in complete despair. Zichun's face was also filled with fear, and the expressions of the monk and the rest were not much different from Zichun's. Obviously, the scene before them had already exceeded Zichun's expectations. Zichun had miscalculated. Why aren't you talking? The 14 Dan Yuan experts were full of mockery. As expected, Zichun was not prepared. Zichun's frightened face was ashen, and there was despair in his eyes. Come, tell us, how many is it? The mocking voice continued. Since victory was already in their hands, they were not in a hurry to kill. After all, miracles would not happen. Wouldn't it be better to let them live a little longer, be frightened a little longer, and let them be happy a little longer? Zichun's side was obviously frightened by the 14 Dan Yuan experts. No one spoke. Say something. Are all of you mute? The one without hair. Tell me, how many is it? The Li clan's Dan Yuan shouted at the monk. The monk had injured him that day. It's 7 against 10. The monk's voice also began to tremble. His hands trembled as he put his palms together and said in a trembling voice, Umitba, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I hope that benefactor will not kill. Haha, what did you say? Li family's Dan Yuan heard this and instantly laughed out loud. The other assassins also laughed nonstop. You told me not to kill? Haha, you damned monk. Why didn't you say that when you killed? Li clan's Dan Yuan laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. 7 against 10? You don't have any hair on your head. Don't tell me you don't even have a brain. Is this 10? Li family's Dan Yuan laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. The other Dan essence cultivators were also overjoyed. They thought to themselves that this monk was really a weirdo. He was about to die, but he actually told others not to kill. Furthermore, there were clearly 14 of them, but he said there were 10. This was indeed very funny. Zichun did not expect the monk to have such a unique performance. Hence, he could not help but laugh out loud. Io, you were still laughing. Song family's Dan Yuan saw Zichun laughing. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He said, Zichun, your brain must be fine. Then tell me, how many is this? As the leader of a force, even in a situation where death was certain, he had to have the bearing of a leader. Hence, the fear on Zichun's face slowly dissipated, and he became calm. 7 against 14. However, the trembling tone of his voice also betrayed his calmness. Haha, 7 against 14. You really have good eyesight. You are indeed worthy of being their leader. Song family's Dan Yuan laughed sarcastically and then said, Then tell me, what are our chances of winning? 100%. Haha, since you know it is 100%, how do you want to die? Self-destructing your Dan Yuan? Oh, I almost forgot. You don't have Dan Yuan to self-destruct. Song family's Dan Yuan slapped his forehead and laughed. Can I not die? Zichun asked in a trembling voice. Such a stupid question naturally caused everyone to laugh again. Not die? Do you think it is possible? Our family has been destroyed by you. The advantage that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years is gone in one move. We have such a deep hatred for you. Do you think you can still live? Song family's Dan Yuan's voice gradually became cold, and there was obvious hatred and killing intent in his words. The family can be continued even if it is gone. Bullshit. Before Zichen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Song family's Dan Yuan loudly. Damn it, that is a family that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Do you think it is a game? You can continue it as you wish. You and me my ass. Let me tell you, today you will die without a doubt. Now, we are merciful and can give you a choice of death. Song family's Dan Yuan continued, and the others looked at Zichen mockingly. Boom. Suddenly, a violent energy explosion came from the distant sky. Such a vibration was obviously Dan Yuan's self-detonation. Oh, it is Dan Yuan's self-detonation. It should be your subordinate's Dan Yuan. Self-detonation of Dan Yuan is Zichen's signature move. Why? Is it the Dan Yuan self-detonation technique this time, or the circular self-detonation technique? Song family's Dan Yuan's tone suddenly changed, and his expression became mocking. It is a misunderstanding. Zichen hurriedly explained, there is no misunderstanding. Today you will die. As for them, after I kill you, I will kill them. Then I will kill the three families and exterminate them. The family can be reproduced and reproduced. I will compensate with something. Zichen's voice was still trembling with fear. Reproduced? Reproduced? Damn it, do you think I am a beast? Song family's Dan Yuan was furious, and such a funny remark naturally caused a burst of laughter. Song family's Dan Yuan said again, compensation? What are you going to compensate with? Your life? No, my harvest. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's spiritual thoughts moved. A purple gold light flashed, and then a shining purple gold gourd appeared in his hand. This is my lifetime's harvest. I am willing to compensate with it, to resolve the unhappiness and misunderstanding between us. Zichen's words suddenly became clear. Seeing Zichen next to them so cowardly, the three Dan Yuan simply closed their eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Zichen suddenly took out the purple gold gourd, and the expressions of the Dan Yuan immediately changed. Although Zichen was now afraid, his previous cunning left a deep impression on them. So, at this moment, when they saw the purple gold gourd, they subconsciously became vigilant, in case there was a trick. What is that? Song family's Dan Yuan asked. The mocking expression on his face had disappeared. He was afraid that this was Zichen's final counterattack. This is a purple gold gourd. I found it in human butcher Ao Baichuan's burial ground, Zichen said. In Ao Baichuan's burial ground, there were 2 treasures and a purple gold gourd. They all knew about this afterward, and they also knew that the purple gold gourd contained Xingqian's sand. The 6 experts of the local forces didn't think much of it, but when the assassins heard this, their expressions changed instantly. Ao Baichuan was a genius, and he had an irreconcilable grudge with the Heavenly Assassins Union. Since it belonged to the other party, it was naturally extraordinary. So, this purple gold gourd was a trick. Just as they were considering whether to make a move, Zichen spoke again. This purple gold gourd used to contain Xingqian's sand. This is a spatial container with a super strong sealing ability, but I have used up all the Xingqian's sand. Now, it contains my harvest from the ancient battlefield. Damn it, what kind of harvest will not work? You want to settle this with a broken gourd? In your dreams, Song family's Dan Yuan scolded angrily. Harvest from the ancient battlefield, the assassins suddenly said. These 6 people of the local forces naturally didn't know what the ancient battlefield represented, but they knew very well that there were a lot of resources there, and the most famous ones were the ancient beasts. This time, the Heavenly Assassins Union had sent people into the ancient battlefield, but they had been completely annihilated without any harvest. So, after hearing about the harvest in Zichen's gourd, they hesitated and were a little tempted. Of course, they didn't let their guard down. Yes, some ancient beast essence blood of the descendants of the pure-blooded ancient beasts, as well as some king-level ancient beasts essence blood and materials. I came back this time to find someone to refine these essence blood into elixir pills and materials into elixir weapons. Zichen, who wanted to live, said sincerely. Then, Zichen was about to throw the purple gold gourd over, but the assassin's expressions changed. They were on alert and had the intention to retreat. After seeing this, Zichen's expression didn't change. He opened the gourd with one hand and tilted it. A psychedelic light sprinkled out, and then drops of ancient beast essence blood flowed out like pearls from the gourd's mouth. Zichen poured out the essence blood of a king-level ancient beast. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a dazzling light that made people unable to open their eyes. Moreover, it emitted a familiar majesty and dense spiritual energy. This is indeed the essence blood of an ancient beast, and its quality is very high. The assassin's eyes widened. Such essence blood was very useful for their cultivation. This is the blood essence of a king ancient beast. When I entered the depths, I happened to find two king ancient beasts fighting. In the end, both of them were severely injured and died. I was lucky enough to obtain this blood essence. Zichen seemed to have seen the hope of survival and tried his best to explain. How much essence blood is left in it? The assassin asked, but his voice was obviously not calm. Not much. I used some, but there are still a few hundred drops left, Zichen said. There are still a few hundred drops left. The assassin's eyes widened again. One of them said, "Throw the gourd over." "Then, sir, you have to let us go," Zichen didn't forget to say. "Cut the crap and throw it over." The assassin continued to shout. "Oh." Zichen nodded and was about to throw the purple gold gourd over. "Wait." Suddenly, the assassin shouted. Zichen was stunned. "Put in the essence blood in your hand and throw it over. Hurry up." The assassin's voice sounded impatient. Zichen was relieved. He quickly poured the essence blood in and closed the gourd's lid. Then, he threw the gourd over. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.